Chapter 2602. Although the elves had a deep foundation and still had many experts, the legendary creator of the elves, the Elf Emperor, had never been born again. At the same time, the royal bloodline of the elves had been cut off. The most precious spring of life of the elves had also turned from a large lake to a deep well. It seemed that it was about to dry up. This result undoubtedly announced that the elves had fallen into a terrible situation without a leader. If it wasn't for the other undying legend of the elves, the elf archer god, coming back with his earth-shattering cultivation, the elves would have been torn apart for a long time. This showed the importance of the elf emperor's seal to the elves. Now, the sage actually said that he knew the whereabouts of the elf emperor's seal. How could he not be excited? How could he refuse the sage's olive branch? "May I ask your majesty the sage, where is the elf emperor's seal?" The elf archer god looked at the sage with bright eyes. "Please tell me." Even though countless years had passed, the elf archer god, as the head of the four gods of the elves, still looked the same. He had the demeanor of an elegant gentleman and a handsome young man in a chaotic world. However, everyone who was familiar with him knew that the appearance of the elf archer god was purely an illusion. Once the battle started, he would definitely have another appearance. He would disappear without a trace, and wherever he went, there would be corpses everywhere. The elf archer god's most glorious achievement was because a human saint expert had offended the elves. Many elves had surrounded and suppressed him, and the elf archer god finally attacked in anger. At that time, everyone was paying attention to that battle and looking forward to it. However, until the end, even when that expert died, no one knew when the archer god had made his move. Even more, no one knew if the elf archer god had attacked. Or perhaps the only person who had sensed the elf archer god's attack, only the person who was at the peak of the human race, the moment before he died, that instant, in that battle, the elf archer god's might shook the world. That arrow came without a shadow and left without a trace. The moment the arrow flashed, everything was already over. The elf archer god lived up to his name because he had created a legend. In a battle between experts of the same level, he would use the most thorough method to defeat the opponent. Even when the opponent died, they wouldn't know his position, his moves, and everything about him. Actually, when it comes to the specific whereabouts of the Elven Emperor's seal, I really don't know. The sage's words caused the divine arrow eye's expression to suddenly become extremely fierce. He hurriedly continued, "However, I do know the reason why the Empress left Heaven's imperial court to seek refuge in a foreign land." Archer God frowned. Oh, obviously, he was very surprised by the sage's answer. His entire elf race didn't know why the queen had left, but he, an outsider, actually knew. Naturally, he was rather suspicious. Even if you're a saint, you shouldn't be so resourceful to this extent. The sage had a smile on his face as he looked at him. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve and wasn't afraid that he wouldn't believe him. Archer God let out a sigh of relief. With a serious expression, he said, "Please enlighten me." For the elves, this was already a step from arrogance to deference. And the reason why the sage had said such words was because he wanted this face. This was the opportunity to be on equal footing, and even the qualifications to take the initiative. It was just a slight change. Both sides were well aware of it. Because of this important information in his hands, Archer God didn't mind giving him this face. After all, the whereabouts of the Empress, the cause, and the result, especially the Queen's whereabouts, were all related to whether or not they could find the whereabouts of the Elven Emperor's seal. This was the most crucial point, because if the Elven Emperor's seal could be found, it would be a huge matter for the elf race. As for face and whatnot, only you humans care about these illusory things. This matter is a matter of regret for the aristocrats, but it's even more of a scandal for the human race. For a moment, I don't know what to say. How could the sage, who had gained the upper hand, not deliberately be mystifying? Unexpectedly, he started to groan and groan. "If your majesty wants to say it, then say it." If you don't know what to say, then there's no need to say it. Please go ahead. The elven archer god didn't fall for the sage's trick. Although he was anxious to know the whereabouts of the elven empress and the elven emperor's seal, he wouldn't let the sage completely take the initiative. Between his words, there wasn't the slightest bit of politeness. Your Excellency, archer god, don't be impatient. This matter indeed needs to be explained slowly. If I don't clearly explain the cause and effect of this matter, I'm afraid that your Excellency won't necessarily believe in my words. The sage faintly smiled and still spoke unhurriedly. After all, although we've been friends for a long time, today is the first time we've met. All right, then you can slowly explain it. The elven archer god snorted and said, Your Excellency, archer god, the matter of the aristocratic queen's disappearance is actually related to two other important figures, as well as two of my deceased old friends. If it wasn't for the urgency of today's situation, I wouldn't have wanted to mention this matter of the past. The sage's expression was sorrowful. Are you going to say it or not? If you don't want to say it, then you can leave. The elven archer god was furious, and his attitude became more and more impatient. This guy is rambling. Don't tell me that he doesn't know anything. Just to trick me? Do you think I'm stupid? Your Excellency, this matter really involves many of the top experts of our two races. I have no choice but to speak carefully. In fact, this matter is of great importance. The sage's expression was extremely serious. I know. Hurry up and tell me the truth. The elven archer god forcefully suppressed his anger and said, He thought to himself, is there really some important secret? Other than the aristocratic queen. This matter also involves the 3 celestial emperors of the celestial imperial court and 2 other peerless beauties. The sage said slowly, What relationship does the queen of my race have with the human celestial emperors? Your Majesty, don't deliberately exaggerate the matter and deliberately mystify it. The elven archer god's heart was moved, but his mouth didn't show any weakness. Sigh, the 3 celestial emperors I mentioned just now include me. Those 3 celestial emperors are Dong Huang Shualehan, Demon Emperor Yao Sansa, Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor Zihao, and the current Demon Empress Yao Exener. Back then, the beauty of the country, Goddess Piaoping, Ling Piaoping. The sage sighed heavily. The elven archer god was instantly speechless. What did you say? You mentioned a total of 5 people, and 3 of them have already passed away. Your Majesty, can you be more exaggerated? The sage said seriously, other than the whereabouts of the aristocratic queen, there's also a shocking conspiracy that spanned over millions of years. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and tell me. My patience has already been worn out by you. The elven archer god was finally about to explode. The sage heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly continued. All right, the mastermind of this conspiracy is that Dong Huang Shualehan. This person looks dignified on the surface, but in reality he's despicable and despicable. He's unscrupulous and despicable. He's unscrupulous and despicable. Back then, the fall of the Demon Emperor and Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor was caused by this thief. Stop, please stop. The elven archer god's face was filled with disdain. Although the elven race is isolated from the rest of the world, it's not that they don't know anything about the outside world. Not to mention that the Demon Emperor announced to the outside world that the Demon Emperor Yao Sansa went into seclusion to recuperate due to an unforeseen event. It's still unknown whether he's really fallen or not. That Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor Hao and Dong Huang Shualehan were close friends. Back then, when the heavenly devil race invaded, Hao gathered all the forces of the Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor and fought to the death. What a hero! Instead, it's you in that incident wasn't a little shady? The elven archer god didn't hide his meaning at all. We've never heard of any discord between Hao and Shualehan. Instead, it's rumored that you've done something very unscrupulous and despicable in this matter. No, The world is blinded by a temporary illusion. The real situation that day was that I was going to lead an army to assist the Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor to fight against the Heavenly Devil together. Xue Leihan used seclusion as an excuse to secretly stop me from sending troops. Xue Leihan was the biggest mastermind behind the fall of Zi Hao and the fall of the Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor. Even after the fall of the Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor, he personally went to the Saint Emperor Palace to reason with me, but it was just to cover the eyes of the world. The sage spoke fervently, as if he was telling the truth. All right, I understand. Dong Huang is actually a despicable person. But no matter how despicable he is, it has nothing to do with the elven race. We're only concerned about the whereabouts of the Empress, the elven archer god said impatiently. His voice already had a perfunctory tone, and his expression had also become completely indifferent. Archer god, you may not know this, but the demon emperor Yao 33 has already fallen. The fall of the two celestial emperors was not only related to Xue Leihan, but also to beauty. Haha, does your majesty mean that Dong Huang Xue Leihan coveted the beauty of the demon empress Yao Xen, and the queen of the purple cloud celestial emperor Ling Piaoping, so he caused the death of the two celestial emperors? The archer god laughed mockingly. Ha, this is really funny. Yes, this is the truth. Brother archer god, you're indeed wise. Facing the archer god's mockery, the sage actually admitted it. This made the archer god a little stunned. Damn it, how could he be so shameless? Was this still the sage? The sage sighed and said that Xue Leihan is indeed a lecherous ghost, and the women he hunted, other than having peerless beauty, must also have top-notch cultivation and outstanding temperament. The demon empress Yao Xian, and the queen of the purple cloud celestial emperor Ling Piaoping both met his requirements. And this was also the biggest reason why he schemed against the two celestial emperors. Now he's in a heated relationship with the demon empress Yao Xian, and he's even forcefully suppressing the aristocratic envoys. How could there be no cause for this? All right, your majesty, I'll repeat it one last time. What you've said, whether it's true or not, it's all matters of the human race in the heavenly court, and has nothing to do with us elves. If this is the information you're referring to, you don't have to continue. The elf archer god's patience had obviously reached its limit, and he didn't want to deal with it anymore. Haha, elf archer god, you still haven't realized where the problem lies. Back then, the aristocratic empress was also one of Xue Leihan's targets, and as far as I know, what's even more unfortunate is that the aristocratic empress fell deeply in love with that despicable Xue Leihan. The sage's words really gave the archer god a shock. Chapter 2603. What? There's such a thing? How is this possible? How could Her Majesty fall in love with Xue Leihan? The god of archery frowned in disbelief. There's no falsehood in this. The saint sighed. Ever since Xue Leihan stopped me from sending troops to purple cloud heavens, I was shocked to find out that he could treat his sworn brother in this way. How could I not be vigilant? Hence, I paid attention to all his actions. By chance, I found out about many old matters. Please continue. The god of archery frowned. Speaking of which, Her Majesty had no choice but to leave, because Her Majesty was already pregnant with Xue Leihan's child. So, the saint shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that such a peerless beauty. Continue. The god of archery frowned deeply and said, Her Majesty went to look for Xue Leihan, hoping that this matter could be resolved. Actually, if it could be resolved, it would be a grand occasion for our two races. But Xue Leihan refused to take responsibility. Besides, Her Majesty also accidentally discovered the affair between Xue Leihan and the Demon Empress. The Demon Emperor Yao 33 was also harmed by that adulterous couple. At that time, the saint's face was full of pain. Ah, there's such a thing. Are you serious? The god of archery was so shocked that his eyes turned completely green as he looked at the saint. but he was thinking about the possibility of this matter. Could the saint be lying? This matter was too unbelievable. It was just that he remembered that when Her Majesty was talking about the emperor and the empress, the person she admired the most was indeed Dong Huang Shueleihan. And this admiration was not concealed in her words. When the empress was out traveling, she seemed to have met Shueleihan a few times. If she had a good impression of Dong Huang, there was no doubt about it. But to say that she fell in love with Shueleihan and had an unusual relationship with him, that was a little unlikely. Not to mention that she was pregnant with his armor and discovered that the demon empress had murdered the previous demon emperor due to her affair being exposed. It was even more unbelievable. However, these words had come from the mouth of the saint before him, and this added a bit of credibility to it. The emperor and the empress were the only ones. The saint was the number one person in the heavenly imperial court. Would such a person speak without thinking? The most important thing was that the timing was actually very similar. The archer god was 30% convinced and 70% doubtful as he stared at the sage. His complexion had already turned somewhat unsightly. "Your Majesty, the Lord Saint, where did you hear this from?" The sage faintly smiled and said, "I knew that you wouldn't believe me. Originally, I wanted to speak slowly, but your Excellency's patience isn't very good. I only want to finish speaking in one breath. Naturally, there are some things that I did not say in detail. Please listen to me slowly." The archer god snorted. The saint said, "Back then, when the demon emperor was fighting for the position of the heavenly emperor of the demon emperor heaven, he was severely injured and went into seclusion to recover. It took him hundreds of thousands of years to recover. The demon empress, Yao Xian, stayed alone in an empty room and felt lonely. In the past, she had a predestined marriage with Shueleihan, and in the end, she hooked up with him. Thereafter, Her Majesty, the Empress, happened to stumble upon this adulterous affair at that time. The conflict alarmed the demon emperor, who was in seclusion. The demon emperor was filled with anger and was determined to kill the two of them. However, because he forced himself out of seclusion, his cultivation was greatly reduced, and he died in the hands of the adulterous couple. If the demon emperor hadn't risked his life to send the empress away that day, I'm afraid that the empress would have really died a long time ago." The saint shook his head and sighed. "To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the incident that day was reported to me by my closest confidant, I really wouldn't dare to believe that the two of them were actually such people and could actually do such a thing." The archer god didn't speak. At that time, Shueleihan issued the Eastern Royal Hunting Order to kill Shuewuhin. I believe that Lord Archer God must be familiar with this matter, right? The saint said calmly. The archer god's face suddenly became unusually ugly. The Eastern Royal Hunting Order to kill Shuewuhin. This matter was indeed initiated by Shueleihan. According to the official statement, it was to kill an evil killer called Shuewuhin. In the end, this killer also died in the hands of the Eastern Royal Heaven. However, the time when this incident happened was almost the same as the time when the Elven Empress went missing. It could be said that it was completely consistent. If we only judge from the time and the matter of the Demon Empress, there's no evidence. However, there's another thing that you definitely don't know that can be used as evidence. In fact, that Shuewuhin is blood contract. And blood contract is Dong Huang Shueleihan's biological younger brother. Until now, he's still alive. The saint had a self-mocking expression and said lightly, "Then who was the one being hunted down back then? And who could actually make the Eastern Royal Heaven personally take action?" The archer god's face turned pale. He took a deep breath and still didn't say anything. This matter was really too big. He really couldn't react at all. And at that time, the Demon Empress of the Demon Emperor Heaven also spread the news that she was traveling in the Eastern Royal Heaven. She decided to participate in the hunt for Shuewuhin and get rid of this disaster for the imperial court. The saint sneered. "What a coincidence, isn't it?" The archer god also sneered. If the ratio of belief and suspicion was 30 to 70 just now, It was still 30 to 70 now, just that the order was reversed. After that, Shui Wuhin indeed died. How could two of the strongest experts in the world not die? Faced with such combat power, even I may not be able to survive. The saint continued to sneer. After that incident, the demon empress returned to the demon emperor heaven on her own, while Shui Leihan went missing for a period of time. And it was during that period of time that your empress disappeared completely without any follow-up news. The sage chuckled. So I said, although I don't know the exact whereabouts of the fairy emperor's seal, Shui Leihan definitely knows. The sage faintly smiled. Such a disgraceful thing happened between two experts who disdain the world. Even if it was me, I'd still want to silence them. As far as I know, Donghuang Shui Leihan is now in the Demon Emperor Heaven, accompanying the Demon Empress, Yao Xener, the saint said, and that Chu Yang from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The saint smiled mysteriously. What about that Chu Yang? The elf archer god didn't know Chu Yang's background. At most, he only knew that there was such a person. But now, hearing the saint's mysterious tone, he couldn't help but ask, that Chu Yang? The saint sneered. Actually, he is the illegitimate son of Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress. Can you understand the situation now? So that's the truth. The archer god was enlightened. It was only now that he completely believed it. It was no wonder that Donghuang Shui Leihan had supported Chu Yang when he was still weak. The Demon Emperor Heaven had also supported Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion without any reason. They had even gone against the Saint Emperor Palace's forces for Chu Yang. It was reasonable that Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion could rise so quickly in the Demon Emperor Heaven. No wonder the Donghuang came after the Demon Empress was injured. No wonder when the Saint Emperor Palace announced the annihilation of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, a purely civilian organization, Shui Leihan's Eastern Royal Heaven immediately opposed it. He had found the reason for all of this. He had found the root cause. Chu Yang was the illegitimate son of the Donghuang and the Demon Empress. This reason was enough to dispel all the fog in front of him. With this premise, everything became logical. This answer was simply too perfect. With this premise, it was not impossible that Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress conspired to kill the Fairy Empress. In fact, it was very possible. If the archer god's belief and suspicion was 70 to 30% before, now it was 100%. Since the Demon Empress and the Donghuang had already colluded, wouldn't it be logical for them to have an illegitimate son? As for the fact that no one knew that the Demon Empress was pregnant, there was no need to explain. Experts of this level could go into seclusion for more than 10 years, dozens of years, hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Not to mention one child. Even 30 to 50 children would not be a problem. Moreover, with the strength and influence of these two people, if they wanted to nurture an outstanding illegitimate son, as long as this illegitimate son's talent was not too bad, it would be as easy as flipping one's hand. This exception was too obvious. And the Saint Emperor Palace is now fighting in the Demon Emperor sky. Their position is very awkward. If I were to reveal the truth to Tian Ke, it would inevitably cause an even greater tragedy. Right now, 70% of Tian Ke has already been invaded by the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. In addition to the Eastern Royal Sky and Demon Emperor Sky that have not been invaded in name, even this sovereign feels that his strength is beyond his ability. The sage said sincerely, "Therefore, I have come this time to expose other people's secrets. My methods are undoubtedly not honorable, and I also have some thoughts of my own. I hope that I can obtain the assistance of the fairy race. This little thought naturally cannot be concealed from Brother God of Archery. However, my overall view is still focused on the safety of the Heavenly Imperial Court. This point can be shown to the sun and moon, and the heavens will pity me." The sage's words were truly spoken openly and sincerely. He confided in Chu Li with all his heart and was extremely sincere. The archer god nodded. thinking, if I can't see through your true intentions, then I have lived for more than 1,000,000 years in vain. As the saying goes, the enemy of our enemy is our ally. The saint said righteously, for the peace of the imperial court, for the common people, for the future of the fairy race's bloodline, for the supreme glory of the fairy race, I think we should form an alliance. The saint said honestly, together we will deal with the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress, these two powerful enemies at the peak. And if we want to achieve each other's goals, the best entry point is Chuyang, or his heavenly armament pavilion. The archer god nodded deeply. He deeply agreed. If they were to deal with the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress directly, even the archer god would be nervous. He definitely had no confidence, but dealing with Chuyang was different. If I kill, capture, and cripple him, would the two of you be sad? Chapter 2604. However, even if the two of you are so sad that you want to die, do you dare to admit that he is your illegitimate child? I will kill your illegitimate child first and cause you to be distracted. Then, I will deal with you two adulterers. I will avenge Her Majesty the Empress. The above was the cause of the matter. The sage, with his glib tongue, had fabricated an extremely evil fact out of thin air. He had used such a monstrous lie in exchange for the elves' alliance and assistance. The elf race had been in the elf forest for generations. Although they were powerful, their understanding of the human race was still very little. They were more or less a little naive. Although the archer god's cultivation was unparalleled and he had enough experience, the pride and simplicity of the elf race still existed. Especially, the person who said this was the most trustworthy person in the world, the only saint. How could he not believe it? However, he believed that even in his dreams, the sage wouldn't have thought that this lie of his would unexpectedly come out with a few facts as well. Firstly, the person who had a blood contract with him was indeed Lehan's biological younger brother. The sage hadn't thought of this point at all. What he did not expect, even more, was these two people were actually his biological uncles. Secondly, what he did not expect even more was that Dong Huang and the Demon Empress did not have any illicit relationship at that time, but now it seemed to have started cough a little bit, just a little bit. After this shocking lie, the matter gradually developed to the current situation. When Zixieqing found out about this, the Demon Empress and Lehan also found out about this at the same time. What? I killed the missing elf empress with my own hands? Or my woman? And my child? The elf emperor's seal is in my hands? Lehan was stunned on the spot. What is this? The Demon Empress was also stunned. How did that little Chuyang become the illegitimate child of you and me? He is obviously a 100% pure descendant of the human race. How can he have any characteristics of the demon race? I also became the murderer of the elf empress? How did all these things happen? Don't these elves have brains? Didn't they do any investigation? How in the world did they fabricate such a nonsensical thing? The two kings were dumbfounded. The demon empress injuries had already healed. However, when he suddenly heard this news, he was so agitated that his old injuries almost flared up again. This matter was related to her reputation for the rest of her life. When she heard this explosive news, she was so angry that her brain almost exploded. A woman's reputation. That was the most important thing in his life. He absolutely could not tolerate any slander, not even the slightest doubt. However, this ridiculous rumor had ruined the reputation of the two most honorable women in Heaven Tower. The Demon Empress was really infuriated at this moment. After much deliberation, she finally vented all her anger on Lehan. Tell me, you bastard, when can't you go after Wuhan? Why did it have to be at that time? Tell me. In all honesty, my pursuit of Wuhan back then really had nothing to do with this. Lehan's eyes widened. He felt so wrong that he couldn't say anything. How did it connect to this matter? It's not even close. How is it not close? The timing was clearly just right. Could it be that you really had an affair with the fairy empress? The demon empress suddenly frowned and became suspicious. Xue Leihan smiled bitterly. He really felt that he seemed to have suffered internal injuries. No way. Even you believe it? The demon empress snorted and said, "Humph, there's no smoke without fire. Flies won't bite a seamless egg." The meaning behind this "humph" was very obvious. You've been treating me like this these days. Don't all men behave the same way as the fairy empress back then? Do you think I don't know? Xue Leihan was so wronged that he almost wanted to bang his head against the wall. He said hurriedly, "Exen, it's fine if others think this way. But how can you think of me like this too? Why don't you say that this rumor even said that you and I were in cahoots? According to what you said, there's no smoke without fire, then aren't we? Shut up, get lost. Bastard, get lost quickly." The demon empress roared angrily. Xue Leihan looked embarrassed. Say it, say it." The demon empress was so angry that her towering chest rose and fell violently. Her face was flushed red. Xue Leihan secretly glanced at the undulating mountain range. He swallowed his saliva and sat upright. Putting on the image of a righteous ruler, he said, "Don't be anxious. I'll tell you the truth. That blood contract is indeed my younger brother." "What? You?" The demon empress was even more furious. Xue Leihan smiled bitterly. "There's indeed a reason for this. Back then, that Xue Wuhen was my younger brother. The two of them became sworn brothers and roamed the martial world together. At the beginning, he was quite good and definitely not evil. However, the martial arts that Xue Wuhen initially cultivated were evil in nature. As his martial arts improved, his temperament changed greatly. Finally, in a few consecutive missions, he did things that angered the heavens and people." The demon empress nodded slowly. What angered the heavens and people? There was no need to ask about this in detail. "So I took action personally to capture Xue Wuhen and kill him." Xue Leihan said, "At that time it was already too late, because at that time Xue Wuhen would go crazy at any time. Once he went crazy, it would be accompanied by a massacre. Once he went crazy, the whole city would die." The demon empress took a breath and said, "This reason does make sense. I can agree with it. But did you disappear for a period of time after that?" "It was when the fairy empress finally disappeared completely. This timing is really too coincidental. How do you explain it?" Xue Leihan spread out his hands, looking helpless. "How do I explain it? How can I explain it? At that time, I suddenly encountered an extremely urgent matter and had to do it immediately. So I went to the lower realm. Speaking of which, is this really strange? The timing is really too coincidental. But what can I do? I just made it in time. How would I know that the fairy empress disappeared at that moment?" What Xue Leihan didn't say was, at that time, right after he killed Xue Wuhen, he met that person. And from then on, the Calamity Sword really came into being. There were also legends of the Calamity Sword Masters. But such a thing, who would believe it? Especially those who hadn't experienced the Heaven Layer continent. He believed that even if Xue Leihan was willing to say it out loud, no one would believe him. If what the Lord had said was a huge lie that was horrifying, then the truth that Xue Leihan had said was even more unbelievable. At this point, the two of them could only smile bitterly at each other. The demon empress sister, the woman in white, had been listening at the side. At this moment, she asked carefully, "In that case, can't you explain it to the fairy archer god?" "The most substantial evidence is what my sister said. That Chu Yang is a pure descendant of the human race and has no characteristics of the demon race at all. Isn't everything clear now?" The demon empress said angrily, "Bah, what is the fairy archer god? You want me to explain it to him? Bastard, he slandered my reputation. Even if he kneels down and kowtows to me, I can't forgive him. You actually want me to explain it to him? He can think whatever he wants. If he wants to fight, let's fight. If he wants to fight, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of a nest of fairies? Explain? Explain my ass. The woman in white stuck out her tongue and retracted her head. This matter was really difficult to handle. With the status of the Demon Empress and the East Sovereign, why should they explain? That would be giving them too much face. Xue Leihan smiled lightly and said, Better not explain. For such matters, the more you explain, the more you make it worse. The more suspicious they are. In the end, they will definitely fall out completely. The woman in white agreed. The East Sovereign was still thinking far ahead. If this matter wasn't done by the two of you, with the status of the two of you, why do you need to explain? To explain was to cover up, and to cover up meant that it was true. If it was done by the two of you, it would be a futile explanation. It would just be a guilty conscience. In any case, no matter what was done or said, this shit basin had already been placed on their heads. They couldn't remove it in a short time. Besides, your sister and I are also in love. Xue Leihan stroked his beard and smiled. The more you explain, the more it makes it worse. At this moment, Xue Leihan was actually a little proud. This matter had made their relationship clear. Originally, the Demon Empress was still hesitating, but now it was directly exposed in broad daylight. It was even more wonderful. Even if the Demon Empress wasn't together with him, in the eyes of the world, she was still together with him. That made them even more together. Thinking of this, Xue Leihan almost looked up to the sky and howled, almost tearing up. This was really good news that fell from the sky, a good thing that couldn't be asked for, just because of a rumor. Hee. Xue Leihan even felt a little grateful to the elves. How sensible. This bunch of elves. Unfortunately, Xue Leihan only saw what was in front of him. He didn't expect that because of a moment of emotion, it would cause a series of subsequent changes. It was really unexpected and had far-reaching effects. However, the woman in white was so shocked by Xue Leihan's words that her whole body shook. Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. Her finger trembled as she pointed at the two of them, looking as if she had seen a ghost. You guys, really, oh my God, I'm going to die, I must be dreaming, suddenly she realized. Could it be? Chu Yang is really your illegitimate son? The Demon Empress and the East Sovereign looked at her with black lines on their faces. They were so conflicted that they couldn't say anything. What kind of person was this? Just now, you said that Chu Yang was obviously a pure human. How did he become our illegitimate son? Could it be that I guessed correctly? Chu Yang is really your son, just that he completely concealed the characteristics of the demon race. The woman in white felt that she was extremely shocked. Her whole body was shaking and she was almost out of her wits. She was completely out of her mind and was completely in a mess. Was this a super imagination? You little girl. The East Sovereign and the Demon Empress gritted their teeth and glared at her. You guessed correctly. The Demon Empress was immediately furious. Who's in love with you? Xue Leihan. You're too shameless. Today is the birthday of the beautiful Jean, our love Zun. Let us wish her a happy birthday. She's really a great beauty. I've seen her before. Turning around to look, his wife wasn't behind him. So he continued, I've really seen the photos. Wish Jean a love Zun. Happy birthday. More and more beautiful. Happy every day. Everyone, let's shout together. Chapter 2605. Xue Leihan raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong. Okay. Looking at his lethargic look, the Demon Empress was even more furious. The beautiful lady in white stared at the two of them, dumbfounded. She finally stood up and walked out unsteadily. I'll go out and calm down. I won't disturb your flirting, the Demon Empress hurriedly explained. Come back, who's flirting with him? Only then did she realize that her sister had already left without a trace. Xue Leihan held his stomach and laughed. We were flirting in the first place. Xian, or just admit it. The Demon Empress was furious. Her face flushed red, and she suddenly went berserk. Lehan laughed, but didn't fight back. He held his head and let her beat him. The laughter was endless. After a long time, the two of them calmed down. The Demon Empress said, "Since we can't explain it clearly, then the battle with the fairy race is inevitable." Lehan's brows were also tightly knitted. Now it seems that this battle is really unavoidable. The Demon Empress heaved a long sigh. When it came to practical problems, even if the two of them were kings, they were still full of worry. Allies had turned into enemies, not to mention the question of who would win and who would lose. Just this battle alone would definitely cause both sides to suffer heavy losses. News came from Zhao's Heavenly Tribulation Brothers. As the Heavenly Demon Army attacked day and night, the layer of fog barrier that was originally abnormally thick had become thinner and thinner. It was about to be broken through. The Heavenly Demon War was imminent. Such a loss at such a crucial moment was really unbearable, but they really couldn't think of any solution. Although the Demon Empress and Lehan's attitude in front of others was unusually tough, in fact, they didn't have any feasible solution at all. For the time being, they could only let it be and observe the subsequent development of the situation. Although the two of them spoke ruthlessly, if this battle really affected the battle of the extraterrestrial demons, neither of them would forgive themselves. Therefore, this matter had actually formed an almost irresolvable knot here. And on the other side, the fairy race tried to dissuade them, but now they had a common enemy and no longer had any scruples. After the saint left, the Arrow God gathered the fairy race's managing elders to discuss how to deal with this matter. Various inferences and arguments from the various events that happened at that time, one by one, they actually found that what the saint said was actually more than 10%. In other words, the Fairy Emperor's seal, the lost sacred artifact of our race, is most likely in the hands of Donghuang Lehan. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it was impossible for the elves to be kind to Donghuang. In the heavenly imperial court, only the strong were respected. Kindness must be avenged, and hatred must be repaid. 1% confidence could be used as a reason. 3% confidence. It was almost certain that they could start a war. With a 70% chance of success, they could fight to the death. What's more, this matter actually had the possibility of success. It was practically a done deal. This was the most important point. This matter was related to the lost Fairy Emperor's seal, not to mention the possibility of success. Even if there was only a 10% chance, or even less chance, the fairy tribe would definitely not let go of it. Under the arguments of various parties, everyone slowly went from half-believing and half-doubting to firmly believing without a doubt. The crowd was surging with emotions, and in the end, their blood was boiling and they could no longer endure it. Therefore, it was just a summons. A great battle immediately broke out. Destroy the Heavenly Armament Pavilion first. This was the established policy, as well as the first strategic step. There was no other reason. This Chuyang was actually the illegitimate son of Donghuang Lehan and the Demon Empress Yao Exen. This was simply a good tool to torture the enemy, and it might even be the best tool to exchange for the Fairy Emperor's seal. Since there was such a convenient condition in front of them, how could they not make good use of it? If they didn't let this adulterous couple feel heart-wrenching pain, how could they take revenge for the Fairy Empress in the underworld? Vent their anger? Speed was crucial in war. That night, the fairy tribe's attack on the Heavenly Armament Pavilion suddenly intensified. Xieching was flustered and almost couldn't handle it, especially when the fairy tribe sent out hundreds of high-level Dark Knight archers at once. Among them, there were even the fairy archer god's 10 direct disciples. The lethality of these people was really unprecedentedly terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the divine spirit of calamity and the others were exhausted from running back and forth, this night alone would have caused extremely serious consequences. And at the crucial moment, the Demon Imperial Palace's 7 Star Guards led their troops to help. Both parties were entangled in a fierce battle. It was just a night of harassment, but it made the Heavenly Armament Pavilion feel fighting with the fairy tribe in such a dense forest was really impossible to guard against. It was really too terrifying. The next day, Zi Xieching gave the order to set fire to the mountain regardless of her physical fatigue. At her command, the fire continued to rise into the sky. Several sages used their own cultivation to forcibly ignite the fire. The fire spread for a full 3,000 miles overnight. All the mountains within a radius of 3,000 miles had been turned into scorched earth. Luohua City, which had been surrounded by flowers for millions of years, suddenly became a building surrounded by scorched earth. This shocking change left everyone dumbfounded. Besides being shocked by Zi Xieching's decisiveness and ruthlessness, they were also worried about their future. Of course, they didn't know that Zi Xieching dared to do this because Chu Yang had the spring of life. When the crisis was over, this place would still be full of flowers and fragrance all year round. The fairy tribe was even more unprepared for this change. The reason why they could launch an attack almost without a trace was that they relied on the cover of flowers and trees to hide. In the special environment of Luohua City, they were like fish in water. They could almost attack the enemy from anywhere. However, these flowers and trees disappeared in such a short time, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Many fairy tribe members were so sad that they cried out loud when they saw the originally lush mountains and colorful trees turn into flames in a short time. This had nothing to do with the psychological quality of the fairy tribe. It was just that the fairy tribe was naturally close to plants. It was inevitable that they would feel sad when so many plants disappeared in front of them. Facing this situation, the god of archery had no choice but to give the order to retreat 3,000 miles. Station. This retreat had to be done. The fairy tribe was a race that couldn't live without plants. Once they left the plants, the cultivation of the fairy tribe experts would be greatly affected. Although this situation wouldn't be fully revealed in a short time, it would be fatal in a long time. But because of this, the god of archery became more and more afraid of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The illegitimate son of the East Emperor and the Demon Empress was already so powerful. What about the fairy tribe himself? After 3 days of fighting, the fairy tribe left no less than tens of thousands of corpses, while the Heavenly Armament Pavilion also suffered tens of thousands of casualties. Although everyone was well-trained and every troop was made up of elites, this was the first time they faced a legendary race like the fairy tribe. They really suffered a great loss. Zi Xieching gritted her teeth and ordered the divine spirit of calamity and Brother Tiger to lead 200 of 300 experts with cultivation above the beginner stage of the Sage Realm. They were divided into 10 small teams and started the counter-assassination. Obviously, if you kill one of me, I'll kill 10 of you. If you hurt one of me, I'll kill 10 of you. Zi Xieching didn't care about such an extreme decision. Fairy tribe? Humph. Now you know about internal strife? During the battle of the purple cloud heavens, where were you when my father was at the end of the road and had no soldiers left? When the purple cloud heavens fell, where were you? When billions of people were massacred, where were you? Now we are wholeheartedly fighting the extraterrestrial demons and pacifying the demons, but you're here to cause internal strife? Why should we kill you? The Demon Empress and Shuel Leihan might have some misgivings about killing the fairy tribe, but Zi Xieching didn't have any psychological pressure at all. This night, it could be said to be an extremely bloody night. Zi Xieching oversaw the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and held a book in her hands, seemingly reading it with relish. But if one looked closely, one would know that her eyes didn't seem to be focused at all. Chu Yang and the rest have already left the headquarters for more than a year. Why haven't they returned? Recently, I heard that they challenged the Holy Emperor Palace and rushed to the Western Paradise with great fanfare to assist Gu duxing there. Zi Xieching was distraught. Such turmoil and chaos. All kinds of things come one after another. The Holy Emperor Palace has tens of thousands of experts and a deep foundation. The 5 great kings of the fairy tribe are all hidden and unfathomable. Can I handle it? Will something happen in the end? If Chu Yang knows about the news here, will he rush over immediately? Will the chaos here disrupt his original plan? All kinds of complicated thoughts made Zi Xieching's heart in a mess. In fact, she was already sure that once Chu Yang knew about the news here, he would definitely rush back at full speed. But at this moment, under such circumstances, if Chu Yang rashly returned, he would inevitably face an extremely arduous battle, because he would have to face the fairy tribe's highest cultivation, the fairy archer god, and even the legendary #1 assassin of Tian-Ke. Facing these almost traceless top-notch assassins of Tian-Ke, she believed that no one would dare to say that their lives were not in danger. Could Chu Yang do it? He who had created many legends. Could he create another legend? In any case, Zi Xieching wasn't optimistic about this. Absolutely not. Facing such a powerful enemy, Zi Xieching only had one thought. It would be best if she could clench her teeth and endure this matter. After Chu Yang came back, there would only be a smooth journey without any surprises or dangers. Pavilion Master. Meng Wia walked in. I have a premonition. Oh, Zi Xieching raised her head. Although the fairy tribe is pressuring the border, the expected situation of the all-out, decisive battle hasn't broken out as expected. The most important point is that the fairy tribe's top experts haven't come out to battle at the moment. Judging from the situation, they seem to be waiting for something. Meng Wuya said cautiously. Chapter 2606. Zi Xieching sighed. They should be waiting for Chu Yang to come back. After all, everything started from that rumor. I really don't know. How did they believe the rumor that Chu Yang is the illegitimate son of the Demon Empress and the Eastern Emperor? Sigh. It's really incomprehensible, unreasonable, and ridiculous. Meng Wia smiled bitterly. In my opinion, the person who went to sow discord is really powerful. He can actually convince the elves to believe such a ridiculous thing. He's really impressive. Other than the saint, there's probably no one else in the world who can sow discord like this. Only he has enough reason and status to make the elves believe him. He's really capable of doing what others can't. Zi Xieching sneered. Now, we can only deal with it by sticking to the status quo. But this method is really too passive. Meng Wuya's voice was heavy. There's nothing we can do about it. Zi Xieching said, no matter how the enemy disturbs us, when it's time for us to train, we'll still train. When the enemy really comes, we'll start the war. After all, the ultimate enemy we have to deal with is still the extraterrestrial demons. We can't lose our footing just because of the unexpected intrusion of these elves. Meng Wuya was finally completely relieved. Yes, everything has to be done for the sake of the imperial court. Zi Xieching stood up with her hands behind her back. She said lightly, the elves can be childish, but we can't be brainless like them. Yes. Meng Wuya walked out briskly. He was worried that Zi Xieching would be impulsive, so he came to sound her out. Now that he heard Zi Xieching's answer, he was finally completely relieved. Shadow, a bow that was already drawn to the fullest. The arrow was on the string. It was about to be released. However, this strange bow was slowly retracting. The god of archery, who was hiding, was deep in thought. He looked at Zi Xieching with a complicated expression. He came here today to carry out the plan. He wanted to kill Zi Xieching with an arrow. He wanted to kill the executioner behind the scenes who had killed too many elven warriors. Zi Xieching, who's in charge of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion now, is Chu Yang's woman. As long as he killed her, to the entire Heavenly Armament Pavilion, to Chu Yang and even to the Demon Empress, it would be an extremely heavy blow. These were the words of the saint. Therefore, the archer god decided to act personally. He had indeed come, and had successfully infiltrated. Furthermore, he had come all the way here and was about to make his move, yet no one had discovered him. His body was perfectly hidden in the void. In such a state, as long as he shot that stunning arrow, he believed that Zi Xieching would not have any chance of escaping. But when he arrived here, he coincidentally heard Zi Xieching's words. The archer god started to hesitate. This was a person who truly planned for Tiankei, who truly wanted to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Although the elves were scolded for being childish, the archer god was unable to get angry at this moment. In his heart, he suddenly had doubts about his own actions. For revenge, was it really right to shoot and kill such a person who truly maintained the stability of Heaven Imperial Palace and created a smooth future for Heaven Imperial Palace? And this person was an innocent person? But should he not take revenge for the Empress? The god of archery's expression changed. Looking at Zi Xieching, who was busy, he could not make up his mind. After a long time, finally he sighed and nocked the arrow again. But it was not because of his selfishness, because this time the target was not Zi Xieching. At least, it was not Zi Xieching herself. Zi Xieching was frowning and pacing back and forth, thinking hard about how to solve the terrible situation in front of her. But at that moment, she suddenly felt an indescribable chill. She raised her head. An arrow was already in front of her. There were no words to describe the speed of this arrow. Even the cold light could not be seen. Only a space vortex appeared behind the arrow. Even a top expert like Zi Xieching, who had reached the peak of the saint level, could not react in time. She could only tilt her head, subconsciously. Whoosh! That arrow brushed past Zi Xieching's ear and cut off a strand of her hair. It was just a strand of hair. Then, the arrow strangely stopped in its tracks. It stopped in midair, and the strand of hair that was cut off was attached to the arrow after it was cut off. The top half was attached to the arrow as if it was broken, but also as if it was not broken. And this arrow actually connected the strand of hair that was cut off. This arrow that did not hurt Zi Xieching, actually had a target. Its target was that strand of hair. The arrow was so fast that it could not be described with words. After cutting off a strand of hair at such an indescribable speed, it came to a stop at its highest speed, and then it created such a strange situation. What kind of archery skill was this? As the person involved, Zi Xieching's face turned pale, her eyes fixed on the arrow that was still floating beside her ear. Her whole body was instantly covered in cold sweat. Zi Xieching had always been bold. In terms of courage, even Chu Yang would have to admit that he was not as bold as her. But at this moment, she was really shocked and scared. But she knew clearly that the other party did not really have the intention to kill her. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would have become a corpse by now. Even her corpse would not be left. She would have completely disappeared, and her spirit would be destroyed. How could a person who could shoot such a godly arrow not have some tricks up his sleeve? She slowly stretched out her hand and held the arrow. She only felt a strong force coming from the arrow. Her whole body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Then, she really held the arrow in her hand. It turned out that besides the godly speed of the arrow, there was still a strong force. What a terrifying arrow! What a shocking arrow! In midair, the god of archery was also looking at the arrow. He held a green longbow in his hand, which was shining brightly. Finally, he sighed softly. His body flashed and disappeared inexplicably. As the saying went, one thought to live, one thought to die, and one thought to rise. One thought to decline. The god of archery of the elves decided the future of the elves. If he really shot Zi Xieching today, there would be no end to the elves' relationship with him. There was no room for negotiation between Chu Yang and the elf clan. No matter what position, reason, misunderstanding, or relationship existed between Chu Yang and the elf clan, Chu Yang would destroy the elf clan at all costs and regardless of the consequences. Fortunately, that stunning arrow, the fatal arrow, was not shot out. This arrow was shot after the god of archery knew the truth. He felt that this was the proudest thing in his life. because with this fatal arrow, the elves would definitely be annihilated. This arrow was not overdone, but in exchange, the elves would prosper forever. Zi Xieching, who was filled with fear, took a deep breath. Suddenly, a name flashed across her mind. She blurted out, "Elves' god of archery." She herself did not know that when she said these words, her body suddenly turned into a dense white light. This white light floated, filled with a peaceful aura as if it was joyful, encouraging, or as if it was because she saw an old friend that she had not seen for a long time. The white light was like a pair of light wings, flashing on both sides of Zi Xieching's body. It was just that the white light existed for an extremely short period of time. After a while, it disappeared in a flash. Zi Xieching, who was filled with fear, looked lost for a moment. She muttered, "Who will accompany me? Qiong Xiao, dancing with wind and cloud? Who will accompany me? World? Heaven?" Then Zi Xieching, who came back to her senses, could not help but be stunned. The words that she casually said just now had been imprinted in her heart. She would never forget it again. But why would she say such a sentence? But why would it be imprinted in her heart? What exactly was the meaning of this sentence? If you don't understand, you can go back and look at the 7th chapter, chapter 893. The god of archery had already disappeared. What was truly a pity was that if he had stayed a little longer after the arrow was released, he would have been able to escape. He would definitely have seen the strange white light that emerged from Zi Xieching's body. The wings of the white light. If so, all the misunderstandings would have been cleared up in an instant. After that, many unforeseen events that should not have happened would also not have happened. But he just had to leave right before that moment. At this moment, he had already gone more than 1,000 miles away. Finally, he did not see that scene. Life was full of ups and downs. An instant of change could change the overall situation of the world. An instant of difference could have far-reaching effects. The arrow that was no longer breathtaking just now had preserved the vitality of the elf race and the future of the elf race. But this instant of difference still left behind a catastrophe for the elf race. The god of archery, who was already 1,000 miles away, suddenly stopped. There were very few things in the world that could shake the heart of this legend of the elf race. But at this moment, he clearly felt that the divine sense that was attached to the arrow just now was overflowing with heartfelt joy. This made the god of archery's heart, which had not been moved for a long time, rippled at this moment. Then he heard the mysterious words that came from Zi Xieching's mouth. "Who will accompany me? Qiong Xiao, wind and cloud dance? Who will accompany me? World? Heaven?" The god of archery's body stiffened. Qiong Xiao, wind and cloud dance? Back then her majesty was called. Wu Qiong Xiao. He watched her grow up bit by bit, brought her up single-handedly. It was really like raising his own daughter, watching her grow up bit by bit. Every time she grew up a little, that kind of infinite satisfaction in his heart, that kind of happiness was really indescribable. Such a little thing. Since she was young, he had personally taught her martial arts, taught her mantras, and cultivated the secret techniques of the elf race. With her outstanding talent and the bloodline of the elf royal family, she had grown up to become the noblest and most powerful elf queen of the elf race in just a few 100,000 years. Just when he was extremely gratified and retired to the mountains, she suddenly disappeared. All these years, the god of archery's heart was in pain all the time, just like a father who suddenly lost his little daughter that he loved more than his own life. Chapter 2608. Qiong Xiao. The god of archery felt a bitter pain in his heart. He muttered, Who killed you? Who is it? Who killed my Qiong Xiao?" At this moment, the god of archery felt an inexplicable bitterness in his heart, as if it was about to split apart. The desire to protect that had accumulated in the depths of his heart all these years completely erupted at this moment. At this moment, his heart felt so sore that it was about to shatter into pieces. Then it was a towering rage. It could no longer be contained. The god of archery suddenly roared into the sky, screaming hysterically, "Shwelehan, you bastard, come out! Come out and fight with me!" The roar rose into the sky, thousands of miles in the sky, and the 8,000 rivers and mountains under the ground trembled at the same time. Between heaven and earth, murderous aura filled the air, suddenly turning into a raging wind, and the world was miserable. The god of archery stood steadily in the air, his clothes fluttering crazily in the wind. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, piercing through the sky in front of him for thousands of miles. Then he suddenly turned around and knocked an arrow on his bow, in the direction of the demon palace. With a heart full of grief, bitterness, and heartache, he shot an arrow that shocked the heavens, an arrow that shocked the heavens. At this moment, the arrow light was like the sharpest lightning formed in the air, but without any preparation process, it had already exploded. The most extreme explosion. There was a burst of mist, the void shattered, and starlight flickered chaotically. It was as if the entire universe had exploded at this moment. "Cheung Shao, no matter what, I will definitely avenge you." The god of archery's eyes were deep as he looked at the void. He muttered to himself. His heart felt like it was being torn apart again. It was as if he saw that gentle and cute girl in snow-white clothes again. She was right beside him, hugging his arm and acting coquettishly. "I'm not practicing today. I want to go out and play. Can you pick fruits for me to eat?" Okay. The god of archery's eyes became confused, and he muttered to himself with infinite kindness. "Little Cheung Shao, if you don't practice, let's go out and play. Let's go eat fruits. I'll listen to you. The raging wind in the sky was still raging. The wind swept away the clouds, and the gods and ghosts cried. The god of archery stood alone in the clouds in the sky, without moving. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Demon Palace. Shwelehan was currently discussing countermeasures with the Demon Empress, because in the past few days, the actions of the elves were too extreme, and the scale was getting bigger and bigger. The unavoidable atmosphere of the final battle was already evident. However, Zixieqing was similarly unafraid of battle and didn't avoid it. She even had the will to fight without hesitation. The decisive battle between both parties was unavoidable. However, as the main party involved, the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress truly didn't wish for such an extreme situation to occur. Hence, they discussed possible countermeasures to resolve this calamity. Speaking of which, he wanted to resolve this calamity. It wasn't that difficult, as long as he could expose the sage's lies. As long as he exposed that absurd lie, not only would he be able to resolve the misunderstanding, but he would also have a great chance of obtaining the elves' help in dealing with the upcoming demonic calamity. Fabricating a lie might require a lot of thought and consideration, but it was not so troublesome to expose a lie. As long as one could find any flaw in the lie, one could make all the lies untrustworthy. Take the current situation as an example. The sage said that the fairy empress was caught because she saw through the affair of the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress. He also said that the fairy empress was pregnant with Shwelehan's flesh and blood. These were all speculations, and although they weren't enough evidence, they were hard to refute. Coincidentally, Meng Qi was Shwelehan's brother through a blood contract. This point was also irrefutable. However, there was a section that emphasized the fact that Chu Yang was the illegitimate son of the Eastern sovereign and the Demon Empress. This point was a huge flaw. Chu Yang was a purebred human, and definitely not a hybrid between the human race and the demon race. Just this point alone was enough to completely expose the saint's lie. Actually, with the sage's wisdom, the big lie that he painstakingly fabricated shouldn't have such a flaw. However, the sage was used to reading people's minds. When Chu Yang first entered the imperial court, he entered the secular world from the Eastern Emperor Heaven. When he entered the secular world, he was only a small heaven level. Later on, there were many unforeseen events, and his cultivation broke through consecutively. Especially in the battle against the Yuan Road, Chu Yang didn't hesitate to kill the enemy. He had already stepped on the road to the netherworld, but he was rescued by Xue Leihan. This was originally a secret, but it was found out by the sage after careful investigation. At that time, Yuan Tianji's identity as the heavenly demon wasn't exposed, and Xue Leihan was still willing to save him. If there wasn't such a huge relationship, how could it be possible? Later on, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's influence swept the entire imperial court. Only the Eastern Emperor Heaven had no trace of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. What did this mean? And as the base of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion in the Demon Emperor Heaven, the Demon Empress Dianingning was willing to be a concubine and flattered big brother Chu Yang blindly. What did this mean? Such facts all proved one thing. Chu Yang's position in the heart of the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress was special. He might be even more important than her biological son. What could be more important than her biological son? It seemed that it could only be an illegitimate son. Therefore, the sage was sure that Chu Yang was the illegitimate son of the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress. This was something that the sage himself was sure of. As for the fact that Chu Yang didn't have the characteristics of the demon race, it was too easy to explain. There were many treasures in the world, and it wasn't easy to find something that could cover up certain characteristics. The sage himself could casually make 3 to 7 of them. Therefore, the sage was very certain that Chu Yang was the illegitimate son of the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress. He believed that the degree of credibility was even higher than the ridiculous speculation that the blood contract was the Eastern Emperor's brother. Therefore, there were really too many things in this world that one couldn't think of. The Demon Empress and the Eastern Emperor knew that Chu Yang didn't have the slightest bit of blood relationship with them. Therefore, asking Chu Yang to come out and explain this scam was the best strategy to deal with the current situation. However, Chu Yang's whereabouts were unknown, and they didn't know when he would return. This was instead the biggest problem. Therefore, Xue Leihan and the Demon Empress discussed whether they should spread out their manpower to find Chu Yang as soon as possible, so as to prevent any undue delay from causing an irreversible bad situation. However, at this moment, the two of them heard that long howl at the same time. It's the elf race's god of archery. Even with the Demon Empress' composure, her expression couldn't help but change. Then they heard that heart-wrenching yell, "Xue Leihan, come out, fight with me." Hearing that, Xue Leihan's face sank. His displeasure was evident in his words. The entanglement in the Eastern Emperor's heart at this moment was really indescribable. Oh heavens! Oh earth! This clearly has nothing to do with me. But now, how did it develop to such an extent? From this long howl, it was completely obvious that the elf god of archery had obviously been agitated by grief to the point that he had lost his rationality. To such a person, no matter how strong the explanation was, it was all useless. Xue Leihan was already very, very angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about the impending battle with the extraterrestrial demons, he would have already rushed out at this moment. I'm the great Eastern Emperor. How can I be an ordinary person who can be mentioned by your mouth like this? How dare you challenge me like this? It'd be strange if I don't let you know why the flowers are so red. Just as Xue Leihan was filled with depression and had nowhere to vent it, another unforeseen event occurred. An ominous sign had arrived. The Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress expressions changed at the same time. They attacked at the same time. A ray of light flashed. An arrow that was extremely fast pierced through the air and arrived. Wherever the arrow passed, the ceiling of the demon palace suddenly exploded with a loud bang. This sudden and shocking arrow, as if it had a life of its own, brought along a sky full of thunderbolts as it poured down crazily. Boom! The Demon Empress and Xue Leihan both attacked at the same time to intercept the arrow. Their bodies actually shook. That arrow had already been completely crushed by their hands and turned into fine powder. no longer existing in this world. However, that arrow had still destroyed the demon imperial palace. Destroying the demon palace with one arrow. This was the strength of the elven archer god. But it was the same arrow that provoked two great kings at the same time, two of the most powerful experts in the world. Looking at the fine powder in his palm, Shwe-Lehan's gaze became even colder. His expression was equally cold, as if his entire person was frozen. The coldness was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze everything and seal the world in ice. Anything could be tolerated for the sake of the big picture. But this time he could no longer tolerate it. Elven archer god, you've gone too far. Then a cold, murderous aura erupted from his body and shot straight into the sky. Calm down, don't be rash. The demon empress didn't finish her sentence. Shwe-Lehan had already leaped up and instantly soared into the sky. Then his voice could be heard from high up in the sky, with a strong sense of anger. Archer god, I'm coming. This is bad. The demon empress complained in her heart. Although the situation was bad, there was still room for control. In fact, just now, the two of them had already decided to find Chuyan as soon as possible and expose the saint's deception to completely end this huge lie. However, the arrow of the god of archery had truly pushed the situation to the point where it could no longer be salvaged. The moment Shwe-Lehan rushed out in a rage, the situation had completely gone out of control. The demon empress was very anxious. She leaped out and followed closely behind him. Maybe she could still salvage this dangerous situation. The demon empress still held on to the last bit of luck. The archer god's clothes were as white as snow. He stood proudly in the sky. His gaze was cold and sharp like an arrow as he stared in the direction of the demon palace. The expression on his face was like a 10,000-year-old ice, eternally unmoving, eternally unchanging. The wind was still howling. There were no clouds at all, but suddenly the wind and clouds gathered again in midair. Countless clouds madly rushed over from all directions. Even though there was a raging gale that swept the clouds away, the clouds that filled the sky continued to advance, one after the other, without end. When the Eastern Emperor moved, the world was shocked. In the land of thunder and lightning, the lord of the Eastern royal sky, Donghuang Shwe-Lehan, flew over from afar. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the archer god, standing with his hands behind his back. With the same cold gaze, he looked at the archer god in front of him, the aura of a ruler that swept through the world, the aura of a ruler that controlled the universe, filled the universe and filled the world. Chapter 2609. Even though he was boiling with anger and hatred, the god of archery couldn't help but praise him in his heart. This aura was indeed worthy of the East Sovereign's reputation. If he had a choice, he might not be willing to fight to the death with this person before him. You want to fight with me? Fight to the death? Shwe-Lehan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes like lightning piercing through the night sky. Shwe-Lehan! The god of archery stood with his bow in hand, his eyes like ancient ice, sharp and cold. He stared at Shwe-Lehan and said, "Don't you have anything to say?" Shwe-Lehan sneered. "In the face of provocation, even if I want to say something, I'll say it after the battle." "Well said." The god of archery sneered. "Whether you say it or not, we'll have to fight anyway. What's the difference?" At this point, no one could afford to lose their dignity. Since things had come to this point, even though all the misunderstandings had been cleared up, this battle was destined to be unavoidable. No matter who backed down, they would have to face the consequences of losing their reputation in the Heaven Imperial Court. Such a great humiliation was destined to be unbearable for either of them. Even if I'm innocent and there's a misunderstanding and a conspiracy, I'll have to explain the whole story after I defeat you. Before the battle, I won't explain, I won't bother to explain, I won't explain. This was the pride of the East Sovereign. Even if I hate you, even if I know all your sins, I'll only tell the world after I defeat you. He even prayed to the spirits of the dead. I have already avenged you and wiped out your hatred. This was the pride of the god of archery. Right and wrong were just now. They were no longer important. What was important was always the strength of this battle. Everyone understood this unreasonable principle. They all understood, they all understood, they all understood. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. This was the unchanging principle of the Heaven Imperial Court. It had never been easy. I've long heard that the elves are arrogant and conceited. Today, I've finally seen it. Hearing about them is indeed better than meeting them in person. Shue Leihan stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the god of archery coldly. I've long wanted to experience the 4 elven gods. God of archery, why don't you ask the other 3 to come out? The arrow god roared, I alone am enough to deal with you. Shue Leihan narrowed his eyes and interrupted, You're not human. You're an elf. Not a human, but an elf. The arrow god suddenly felt his heart tremble. Boundless hatred surged out crazily. He seemed to have understood something at that moment. He gritted his teeth and said, Back then you used this reason to harm Cheong Shao, right? Shue Leihan became even more irritated. He said hatefully, If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's there to be long-winded about? After the battle, I will naturally tell you all the truth. But now, facing you, I have nothing to say no matter what. The god of archery, however, let out a heart-rending laugh. Shue Leihan, good. Let us use this battle to announce it to the world. Clarify the rights and wrongs of the past 1,000,000 years. These millions of years of love and hatred. How can a pair of hands cover the sky forever? So, the demon empress finally arrived. Her white robes fluttered as she suddenly landed in between the 2 of them. She frowned and said, What? He hadn't even finished speaking 3 sentences, and they were going to start fighting? I really don't know what you men are thinking. Demon Empress. The god of archery turned his head fiercely and looked at the enchanting and beautiful woman in front of him. His eyes lit up in shock. Then the anger in his eyes became even stronger than before. He said hatefully, You're here too. The demon empress said coldly, This is my territory. Is it strange that I'm here? The god of archery nodded slowly and said word by word, Good. Looking at this extremely beautiful woman, the god of archery seemed to see how his most beloved Cheong Shao was defeated by this woman and was dejected, how she was hunted down and fled to the ends of the world, unable to even return to the elf forest. In the end, how her heart was broken and her soul was broken, how she died and how she died. The god of archery let out a long howl. His voice was sharp and piercing through the sky. However, he forcefully interrupted his thoughts and stopped himself from thinking about it. He shouted, Dong Huang, let's fight. His whole body floated up and suddenly turned into exploding fireworks in the air. After the fireworks, the figure of the elf god of archery, who was originally standing in mid-air, disappeared. However, countless green longbows suddenly appeared in the sky. They were densely packed, and they didn't stop until the end of the world. In the blink of an eye, the wind and clouds surged in the sky as if the heavens were moved. Such momentum caused all the peak experts who had noticed this battle to focus their gazes on this place. The god of archery versus Dong Huang. To the Heaven Imperial Court, this was the pinnacle battle of the century. Whether it was the elf tribe, Demon Emperor Heaven, Heavenly Armament Pavilion, or Saint Emperor Palace, they all noticed the strange phenomenon and naturally focused all their attention here. The god of archery wasn't worried that the Demon Empress would team up with Dong Huang. Under such circumstances, even if Dong Huang was killed on the spot, the Demon Empress couldn't attack. Once she attacked, her reputation would be ruined. Hence, the god of archery didn't have this concern at all. Once he attacked with all his might. Dong Huang took a step forward and suddenly raised his head. At this moment, the battle intent of the 2 filled the sky and collided fiercely in the air. At the same time, the murderous aura also collided. The air surged. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The thousands of miles of mountains and rivers under their feet actually ignited into a huge fire at the same time. Their battle intent and murderous aura directly ignited the thousands of miles of land under their feet. Amidst the fire, Shwe Lehan stood alone in the sky, facing the endless longbows that extended to the end of the sky, with his hands behind his back. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. Just when everyone didn't see anything, Dong Huang moved. He slowly took a step forward and casually slammed his palm in front of him. With a crack, an arrow appeared in the air, but it had already been broken into two. The god of archery had already attacked. An arrow shot out without a sound. Dong Huang, on the other hand, had already neutralized the opponent's silent attack. The longbows of sky were really too densely arranged. No one actually saw which bow shot the arrow. No one even saw which bow the god of archery was controlling. Sky. Shwe Lehan looked as if he was taking a stroll. One arrow after another was crushed by his palm. However, the number of longbows in the air didn't decrease at all. Instead, the frequency of arrows appearing became faster and faster. Shwe Lehan was still calm and composed. It was as if he had already grasped the rhythm of the god of archery shooting. Even though the sky was full of arrows like rain, he only needed to raise his hands lightly to avoid them all, or even smash them into pieces. God of archery! Shwe Lehan stopped in his tracks. 3 arrows turned into powder in front of him again. Show me your true abilities. If that was all there was to it, then there's no need to continue today's battle anymore. A clear whistle faintly sounded in the air. The voice of the god of archery could be heard. Dong Huang is indeed Dong Huang. You really have the ability to be so arrogant. Then the hundreds of millions of longbows in the air were drawn to a full moon at the same time. The next moment, hundreds of millions of arrows left the bowstrings at the same time. At this moment, the rain of arrows was even denser than a rainstorm. With a smile on his face, Shwe Lehan actually didn't dodge at all. He stood in the air and let the rain of arrows hit him. Seeing this, everyone was extremely surprised. The opponent is already going all out. Why aren't you moving? Could it be that you're so scared that you can't move after seeing the other party's large-scale indiscriminate attack? It definitely can't be that you're so scared that you can't move, because in the next moment, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. They saw those lightning-like arrows flying forward at high speed, but in reality they were retreating at high speed. It was as if the whole universe was being pulled back by a mysterious force, completely irresistible. The strange force had completely sucked this part of the world into a vacuum, forming a special funnel, and the tip of the funnel was somewhere in the distance. All of the arrows that were clearly flying at lightning speed were actually moving backwards towards the tip of the funnel. This strong visual difference made everyone who noticed this scene feel as if their hearts were being smashed by a huge hammer. Many of them were extremely upset. They spat out a mouthful of blood and didn't dare to continue watching the battle. Those who weren't strong enough weren't even qualified to watch this battle of the century. It was indeed a world where the bigger fist was the bigger reason. The arrows retreated at high speed, and the longbows also gradually disappeared. Finally, they completely disappeared. Everything was densely packed together. In an instant, it was visible to the naked eye and turned into the stars in the sky. And the figure of the god of archery still didn't appear, not even a trace of him. Between heaven and earth, it was empty. On the battlefield of the two, there seemed to be only Shwe Lehan alone. Other than the East Emperor, that empty vacuum funnel was also there. Shwe Lehan was standing at the edge of the funnel, narrowing his eyes and staring at the tip of the funnel. His expression was calm and cautious, but he wasn't nervous at all. The god of archery was indeed an unprecedentedly strong opponent. Shwe Lehan didn't deny this point, but he wasn't afraid at all. Before an arrow was released, he had already retracted all the arrows that were shot out and guided them over. and he had even turned all the arrows that were released earlier into the momentum that hadn't been released yet. These arrows were all shot out by him. What kind of earth-shattering cultivation and unimaginable ability was this? Everyone who was still qualified and capable to watch the battle unconsciously held their breaths. They were waiting for the arrival of that earth-shattering moment. But they didn't know if there would be an even more unimaginable scene. The sky was eternal. The wind and clouds seemed to have completely stopped. Finally, the sky was still the sky, as if nothing had changed. But everyone subconsciously understood one thing. The god of archery had made his move. Although they couldn't see where the arrows were at all, everyone was very aware of it, because in that instant, everyone's heart suddenly trembled. Everyone was like this. It was an extremely strong feeling of palpitations. Chapter 26:10. Shuel Lehan's body also shook suddenly at that moment. Space. It was as if the entire space had been completely shattered. Everyone's vision was filled with space cracks, densely packed, black and white, flashing nonstop. They all felt that time and space had been completely messed up at this moment. After a moment, the sky suddenly became clear again and the horizon was bright again. Shuel Lehan was still standing upright in the air with his hands behind his back, as if he didn't even make a move just now. On the opposite side in the horizon, a figure slowly appeared, gradually approaching. The voice belonging to the arrow god sounded again. Shuel Lehan, today's battle is temporarily over. In the future, we will fight to the death in the Tianen forest. Do you dare to come? Shuel Lehan smiled slightly. A mere Tianen forest, nothing more than that. Do you think you can destroy my East royal family? Ha ha ha. There was a long laugh. The archer god looked at him deeply and did not speak again. His body suddenly turned into a long rainbow and disappeared in an instant. With his hands behind his back, Shuel Lehan watched the arrow god leave. Then his white robe fluttered and he quietly floated down from the sky, disappearing in a flash. All the spectators were speechless for a long time. The battle just now, in that instant, must have been very intense and shocking. But what exactly happened in that instant? No one saw it. They only knew that the arrow god had made a move. Shuel Lehan had also made a move. Both sides had already decided the outcome, or perhaps there was a slight difference in strength between them. But today was obviously not the day for the final battle. After all, there were billions of people below. Once they lost control, it would probably cause a terrible disaster. The biggest possibility was that when facing each other and exchanging their strongest attacks, both sides had realized it. Facing such a powerful enemy, it was impossible to completely control their strength and prevent it from leaking out. There would definitely be a considerable degree of loss of control. For super experts at their level, even the slightest leakage of their power could cause a great disaster. Not to mention the disaster caused by the destructive power of the two sides at the critical moment when their extreme powers collided. Therefore, both sides tacitly chose to stop temporarily and agreed to fight again later. Actually, it wasn't just ordinary martial artists. Even peak experts like the Demon Empress didn't see the specific situation of that battle at all. They didn't see how the arrow god attacked. He didn't see how Shuel Lehan had withstood it either. This didn't mean that the Demon Empress cultivation was weaker than Shuel Lehan or the arrow god. It was just that if one wasn't in the situation, it was very difficult to have the most direct feeling. Those involved could not see clearly, but they could feel it directly. Those watching from the sidelines could see it clearly, but they did not feel the pressure and murderous aura. Therefore, the onlookers may not be affected, and the people involved may not be confused. Shuel Lehan's face darkened. They returned to the Demon Emperor Palace. The Demon Empress, who had returned first, immediately welcomed him. "How is it?" The Demon Empress asked. "He's indeed an unprecedentedly strong opponent." Shuel Lehan was silent for a moment before he finally answered. He slowly stretched out his hand. In the middle of Dong Huang's palm, there was a burn mark. That was the mark left behind by the arrow. The archer god is so strong. It can actually harm you. The demon empress was truly astonished. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, Dong Huang Shueleihan's cultivation level was only below Sage Yunshangren. Although the demon empress was very arrogant, she also knew that she was slightly inferior to Shueleihan. If the elf archer god's strength was above Dong Huang's, wouldn't he be at the same level as Yunshangren? The number one expert of the elf race, the head of the four gods, is indeed not to be trifled with. However, his cultivation level is still below mine, and even slightly inferior to yours. Shueleihan frowned and sighed softly. If it was a battle of life and death, I would definitely be able to kill him. Definitely be able to kill him? Are you serious? The demon empress' eyes lit up. It's just that after I kill him, I'll definitely be met with his final counterattack. My cultivation level will definitely fall by more than half, or even most of it. Shueleihan frowned and said solemnly, other than the loss of my cultivation level, my realm will also fall. I'm afraid I'll fall all the way to the level of a saint. Besides, there will also be damage to my soul. All these losses can never be recovered. Therefore, in terms of the result, the archer god is dead, Dong Huang is dead, and only Shueleihan is still alive. Because the archer god's arrow was imbued with the power of creation, Shueleihan heaved a sigh of relief. Moreover, regarding the way of hidden weapons, I've never dabbled in it before. I've never thought that someone would actually cultivate this kind of hidden weapon to such an earth-shattering level. This is the most difficult thing to do. If it were someone else, it might not be so difficult. However, Dong Huang had always been upright and upright. Even though he knew about hidden weapons, even his hidden weapons were used for direct combat, just like the viburnum flower when he replaced Xie Danqiang previously. Hiss! The demon empress gasped upon hearing this. According to what Dong Huang said, if this was really the case, wouldn't it mean that the latter half of his life would be ruined? If Dong Huang lost more than half of his cultivation level now, then would he still be Dong Huang in the future? The level of a saint was nothing in the eyes of the top experts in the Heaven Imperial Court now. Could it be that His Majesty Dong Huang was going to hide in the palace forever and never come out? Wouldn't that become the biggest joke in the history of the Heaven Imperial Court? However, as long as he came out, how many people would want to kill him and replace him? At that time, against the enemies who dared to fight for the position of the Heavenly Emperor, the cultivation of a saint would definitely not have the ability to resist at all. Even the slightest chance of a fluke would not exist. He would definitely die. As expected, the arrow god died, and so did Dong Huang. When is the final battle? The demon empress frowned. The exact time? I'll go with you then. Shueleihan patted her hand lightly and smiled. There's no need for that. I can handle it myself. His expression was indifferent, but naturally there was a sense of, I've already made up my mind and cannot change it. Seeing this, the demon empress sighed in a daze. She knew that Shueleihan would definitely not agree to her coming along. Almost at the same time, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion welcomed a long-awaited guest. Zi Xieching was extremely surprised. Xie Danqiang, why are you here? Zi Xieching asked in surprise. According to Mo Tianji's intelligence, Xie Danqiang had already returned to Mayan Sky to calm the people and prepare for the battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Why did he suddenly appear here? What was going on? I've already been here for 3 days. Xie Danqiang's handsome face had a hint of calm determination. Especially the battle just now, I've also seen it. You've also seen the battle just now? Zi Xieching was very interested. Then what do you think of the outcome of their battle? Xie Danqiang thought for a while and said, maybe Dong Huang's strength has a slight upper hand, but the final situation is still a situation where both sides suffer. There won't be a winner. Zi Xieching nodded and said, I think so too. Even if Dong Huang can kill the arrow god, his own strength will inevitably be reduced by more than half. Xie Danqiong was silent for a while and said, "Actually, boss and the rest don't know that I'm here." After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Zi Xieching quietly. Hearing this, Zi Xieching instantly became alert. "Xie Danqiong, what do you mean by this, and what do you want to do?" Xie Danqiong said calmly, "My current cultivation has once again taken a step forward. In the extreme heaven, Boss pointed out to me the path that belongs to me, and I've been searching for it. When I left the big Western paradise, I was pleasantly surprised to find that I've already found it. So, no matter whether it's the realm or the cultivation, it has already reached a new height." He said quietly, "My current cultivation realm is already not inferior to Demon Empress Donghuang's." Zi Xieching said angrily, "Don't talk about those useless things. I'm not asking about your cultivation, but what do you want to do? Tell me the truth." In this battle, even if Donghuang can avoid both sides suffering, his strength will also be greatly reduced. This is not the outcome I want to see. Xie Danqiong said lightly, "So, I want to fight on behalf of Donghuang." Zi Xieching was so angry that she laughed. "Does Shui Leihan know that you want to fight on behalf of Donghuang? Do you think he will agree? It doesn't matter whether he knows or not. This is not important." Xie Danqiong insisted. "But I must go." Zi Xieching stared at this stubborn person in front of her, and a sense of helplessness rose in her heart. If it was Chu Yang, she could still use force to suppress him. Even if she couldn't defeat him with her real strength, she still had an absolutely effective sure-kill technique. But the person in front of her was Xie Danqiong, Chu Yang's best brother. What could she do? On the day of Mo Yuntian's Ascension ceremony, it was Donghuang who appeared and pretended to be me, so that I wouldn't be humiliated. Xie Danqiong looked up and said softly, "But to me, that kind of avoidance is also a kind of avoidance." At that time, I swore that if one day Donghuang is in trouble, I will also replace him once. I have always kept this oath in my heart. This favor I must repay it. I will repay it myself, personally. Xie Danqiong said quietly, "Actually, this is no longer a simple oath, but my inner demon." Inner demon. Zi Xieching's heart suddenly shook, and she stared at Xie Danqiong. Xie Danqiong looked back at her quietly. Zi Xieching's heart trembled. She could clearly see the regret in Xie Danqiong's heart. It was a kind of pain that external forces could never make up for. The Ascension ceremony was replaced by someone else. Xie Danqiong had always been brooding about this. No matter how unafraid he was of death at that time, it wasn't something that could be dealt with by death. Even if the world didn't know, Xie Danqiong himself knew. It was easy to lie to others, but difficult to lie to himself. After all, he had escaped once. After escaping that time, he should have borne it himself. So, no matter what, he must bear it for Shui Leihan once. After that time, Xie Danqiong's state of mind would then have a day of perfection. But this time he was facing the elf archer god, a terrifying expert whose strength was not inferior to Donghuang at all. A peak expert, a legend of the elf race. An opponent that even Shui Leihan himself wasn't confident of dealing with. Could Xie Danqiong do it? Chapter 26:11. I've already mastered the viburnum heavenly technique and gradually entered the realm of non-life and reality everywhere. Xie Danqiong said quietly, "Now, I don't have any viburnum flowers in my hands, but as long as I want, the whole world and all living things can become viburnum flowers in my hands. I've already surpassed the level of tangible viburnum flowers." Xie Danqiong said seriously, "Believe me, I can definitely do it." Zi Xieching rubbed her brows. She had always been decisive. No matter what she did, she had never been sloppy. But this time, she really didn't know how to react. Support? Too dangerous. Really too dangerous. Object? No way. Absolutely not. It concerned Xie Danqiong's future. How could she object? "I can't make the decision on this matter." Zi Xieching frowned and said, "I need to discuss it with Chu Yang." Xie Danqiong said, This matter can't be told to Big Brother and the rest. And even if they know, it's too late to stop it. Xiadanqiong said, I've just asked them. They're already on their way here, and they're moving very fast. They'll reach here in about 5 days. Based on the current situation, we can definitely hold on until they arrive. But even if Big Brother uses the most extreme method to rush here again, using the method of becoming one with the sword, it'll take him at least 3 days to reach here. By the time he arrives, everything will be over. I don't have that time. Xiadanqiong's handsome face was full of determination. He said, So, I only need your support, sister-in-law. Zi Xieching held her forehead helplessly. But you have to understand, I can't support your crazy action at all. I even want to use force to subdue you now and stop your obviously impulsive decision, especially if you really do this. Your big brother will definitely not forgive you, nor will he forgive me. Xiadanqiong blinked and said, Then we'll just not let them know. This matter will be a secret between the two of us. Zi Xieching frowned in distress. No, absolutely not. I've said it just now. When they arrive, this battle has already ended. This battle has already ended. They can't change this battle. Only I can, Xiadanqiong said. No matter what you say, I won't allow it. Zi Xieching objected firmly. The archer god is too scary. Even if you have improved a lot now, you are still not his match. If by any chance something happens to her, how am I going to explain it to sister-in-law and Danfeng? How are you going to explain this to your elder brother? Xiadanqiong said, But you and I both know that this battle is imperative. Now, nothing could change that. This might be my last chance to represent Donghuang. If I lose this battle, my inner demons will haunt me forever, and I will never be able to get rid of them. Zi Xieching raised her eyebrows and sighed. That's true. Let me think of a way. Maybe there's a way to satisfy both sides. Xiadanqiong nodded. She said, Thank you, sister-in-law, for your help. Before she finished her words, Zi Xieching suddenly struck. Bam, bam, bam. Xiadanqiong's body flew up into the sky like a sandbag. Zi Xieching's moves were as fast as lightning. She continuously sealed all of Xiadanqiong's meridians, blood vessels, joints, even his divine soul was sealed. His divine sense was also sealed. He didn't want to let go of even the slightest bit of oversight. Dong! Xiadanqiong landed like a sack, staring at Zi Xieching with wide eyes. His eyes were full of depression and surprise, but now his entire body was sealed. It seemed like he didn't even have the ability to speak. He could only use his eyes to express his dissatisfaction. At the last moment, Zi Xieching finally decided to use the most barbaric method that she was best at to stop him. Thinking about it this way, her thoughts were instantly clear. Zi Xieching kicked this newly ascended heavenly emperor in cloud and said fiercely, You're so bold. You actually came to my place and asked me to help you send yourself to death. Xiadanqiong, you're so bold, so bold. Why didn't I see it in the past? You even asked me to keep some secret between the two of us. How did you figure it out? As she spoke, she seemed to be getting angrier. She punched and kicked all the way, beating Xiadanqiong until he was rolling around like a sandbag. I asked you to send yourself to death. I asked you to send yourself to death. I asked you to send yourself to death. After scolding him, she kicked him dozens of times. Her anger hadn't subsided yet. You think that I'm embarrassed to hit you this, uncle? You think that I'll give you face just because you call me sister-in-law? So you actually said that you want to send yourself to death in front of me. I might as well kill you, so that you won't die in the hands of outsiders. Zi Xieching roared angrily. Xiadanqiong was beaten until he was rolling around like a sandbag. He felt so wrong that he only wanted to cry. When did I say that I want to send myself to death? I only said that I want to fight on behalf of East Sovereign, okay? I already said that I'm confident. How did it become helping me to send myself to death? No matter what, it's not sending myself to death. I'm really confident, very confident, sister-in-law, Xie Danqiong wailed in his heart, but he couldn't say a single word. He was kicked up into the air, landed on the ground, kicked up again, and rolled in the air. Before he landed, he was kicked up again. He really didn't expect this sister-in-law's temper to be so explosive. Why was she so explosive? She usually looks like a quiet person. Otherwise, how would I dare to come? But now, Xie Danqiong was being beaten up while feeling aggrieved and wronged. But as he thought about it, he suddenly almost laughed out loud. Boss found such a wife. He would definitely suffer in the future. That's not right. It seemed that this situation had happened to Boss a long time ago. Maybe it had happened more than once. No wonder Boss treated Qinggu and sister-in-law Butian differently. But towards this sister-in-law Xieching, he was faintly respectful and fearful, I see. This situation has to be kept a secret for Boss. The main thing is to not let him know and kill me. It's just that. I only know now. It seems that it's a little too late. When Xie Danqiong thought of this, he felt like crying again to vent the sadness in his chest. But now he couldn't even shed a tear. In the hall, many people were dumbfounded. Their eyebrows twitched as they watched their sister-in-law beating up Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun crazily. Their hearts were inexplicably shocked. So fierce, the other party is a Heavenly Emperor, beating him up like he was beating a child. Wasn't that a little too valiant? Just as they were thinking, Xi Xieching scolded while panting. As the saying goes, the eldest brother is like the father, the eldest sister-in-law is like the mother. Xie Danqiong, I'm beating you for your own good. You have to know how to be grateful, understand. As soon as he said this, everyone fell to the ground. Xi Xieching beat him up like a thunderbolt and finally vented her anger. Only then did she stop. With a wave of her hand, she said domineeringly, "Take this bastard in and lock him in the confinement room. No need to give him food and water. He won't die of hunger or thirst. After 10 days, let him out. If he forgets, it's okay to lock him up for 3 to 7 days." Yes, everyone couldn't help but tremble. They stood up straight and received the order. You even dare to beat up a heavenly emperor like this, let alone us. Thinking about it, it was still not safe. Xi Xieching said again, "All right, you, quickly bring the dragon tendons over and tie this guy up for 20 to 30 rounds. Tie him up tightly. There's no need to think about solving problems in the future. It's fine as long as there are no mistakes." Xie Danqiong groaned inwardly. He had barged in and was immediately put down. He didn't have any chance at all. Xi Xieching walked to the front of Xie Danqiong and bent down. With a fierce look, she threatened him. "Xie Danqiong, listen up. If you don't stop and create any trouble, don't blame me for directly ordering people to strip you naked and throw you into the brothel. Then I'll call my sister-in-law over to see your ugly state." Xie Danqiong suddenly shuddered. He opened his mouth wide as he looked at his sister-in-law. His impression of her had always been gentle, virtuous, and magnanimous. He was dumbstruck. He was flabbergasted. His eyes were crooked, and he was at a loss of what to do. At this moment, his whole body was really twitching and convulsing. If he could move, Xie Danqiong really wanted to hit the ground with his head. "Boss, what kind of wife have you found?" Seeing that Xie Danqiong was taken away, Xi Xieching finally heaved a sigh of relief. She muttered, "Little guy, you actually dare to talk nonsense in front of me about wanting to replace Dong Huang. You really don't know what death is. If the fairy archer god can't kill you, I'll make you half dead first." Then she walked back excitedly. "Let's go. Send a message to the Tianji Intelligence Department and let them tell Chu Yang and Mo Tianji and the rest that I've already completely controlled Xie Danqiong. There will definitely be no accidents." In the sky, Chu Yang and the others were hurrying on their way. As Mo Tianji hurried along, he remotely controlled the Tianji Intelligence Department to receive information and constantly send out new orders. He constantly reported new information to Chu Yang and the rest. Listening to the latest news, the situation seemed to be developing in a direction that was getting worse and worse. Chu Yang and the rest became more and more anxious. Naturally, they couldn't wait to rush to the Demon Emperor Heaven and resolve the situation before them. Just as their hearts were heavy, Mo Tianji, who was walking in the middle of the group, suddenly burst into laughter. This laughter was fine, but everyone's scalp instantly exploded. Damn, what's going on? Why did the great swindler suddenly make such a commotion? Mo Tianji had always been able to remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. This time he was actually laughing wildly while walking. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that this guy was too nervous and the situation was extremely serious, so he lost his mind, broke down, and went crazy? What's going on? What's going on? Even Chu Yang asked with some trepidation. Ha ha ha. Mo Tianji laughed, so hard that he almost fell from the sky. He rubbed his stomach and gasped for breath. I'm dying of laughter. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. I have to laugh for a while. Otherwise, I really can't speak. You guys wait for a while. Everyone was confused. What could be so funny? Chapter 26:12. Could it be that the Saint Monarch suddenly died? Or that the Heavenly Devil Emperor self-destructed? GMO guessed. You're dreaming. Thinking of such ridiculous things. Everyone despised him. No, it's Xiedanqiong. Ha ha. Mo Tianji laughed until tears came out of his eyes. His whole body trembled. This bastard, he told us that he went back to the Ink Cloud Heaven, but in the end he secretly went to the Demon Emperor Heaven behind our backs, wanting to fight the enemy on behalf of Donghuang. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Then they scolded in unison. This bastard actually dared to lie to us. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. We'll beat him to death when we see him again. This bastard, Xie, Tuesday. How petty is this gigolo? He's so crooked. Everyone rubbed their palms together. Mo Tianji laughed until he fell. Everyone, don't be so excited. Someone has already taught this bastard a lesson. Ha ha ha. What happened? Who did it? Everyone asked. This bastard wants to fight on behalf of Donghuang, but he doesn't have the confidence to do it alone. It's mainly in terms of disguise, so he needs someone to help him. After thinking about it, he went to look for sister-in-law when we weren't around. Oh, Tianji wiped the tears from his laughter. This bastard actually thought that sister-in-law has a good temper. After he went, he actually made it clear. He said that he wants to fight on behalf of Shueleihan and asked for sister-in-law's help. What? Zi Xieching has a good temper. Chu Yang shuddered when he heard that. He said, then this bastard's ending will definitely be very miserable. It's more than miserable. Mo Tianji still couldn't stop laughing. After he went, sister-in-law was first put in a difficult position. She couldn't reason with him, so she agreed to help. Then, she caught him off guard and restrained him. It said that someone was beaten up by sister-in-law for as long as 2 hours. She directly beat this heavenly emperor Mo Yun from a gigolo to a chubby face. Anyway, his face is very chubby. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. In the midst of their journey, they actually heard such explosive news. It was really too satisfying. Thinking about the process of Xiedanqiong being beaten up from a gigolo to a chubby face, everyone was imagining it in their minds. The more they imagined it, the more satisfied they felt. Right now, our great emperor Jasperflower has been beaten so fat that she can't even move. There are also 7 or 8 dragon tendons tied around her body. He was tied up like a rice dumpling and locked in the innermost room of the Demon Emperor's heavenly weapon pavilion. He was waiting for us to visit him. Mo Tianji was taking joy in other people's misfortune. He was laughing so hard that his eyebrows couldn't be seen. All the brothers swore to the heavens that this was the first time in their lives that they had seen Mo Tianji show such an expression. However, everyone's expressions were even more exaggerated than Mo Tianji's. Ow, ow, waha. Luo Kadi was intoxicated by this news. I never thought that I would have such a good day. This is really too good. I can totally imagine Xie Dan Chong's expression right now. I'm so excited that I'm about to faint. Ha 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 ha. Xie Tu, you also have such a day. God has opened his eyes. Sister Z is really good. Jimo's eyebrows danced in delight. This matter is really too awesome. Everyone burst into laughter in the air. Everyone was refreshed and took joy in other people's misfortune. They were all discussing when they saw Xie Dan Qiong again. How should he ridicule someone? Such a great opportunity might not come again in the future. If they couldn't mock him to their heart's content, it would be such a pity and such a waste. Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, Tai Batian, and Wu Qianshan were also laughing so hard that they couldn't catch their breath. Big sister Z has a good temper. Chu Yang wanted to laugh when he thought of this, and it was the kind of laughter that couldn't be stopped. Xie Dan Qiong is really too talented. He has so many ideas. Now that they were completely at ease, everyone was overjoyed. During this journey, everyone was originally serious and anxious, but they definitely didn't expect that the second half of the journey would be spent in laughter. This was all thanks to Xie Dan Qiong. Everyone thought so. Everyone immediately sped up. If they could make it there in time, if they could rush to catch him before the swelling all over Xie Dan Qiong's body disappeared. How satisfying would that be? Instantly, they were eager to return home. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. This morning, the Demon Empress asked Xue Leihan, "Shall we have dinner together tonight?" Xue Leihan nodded and said, "Sure." Hearing this, the Demon Empress was slightly relieved. "Looks like it's not today." Xue Leihan looked up at the sky and said lightly, "I want to be alone for a while. Meditate." The Demon Empress didn't say much. With a move, she disappeared without a trace. At this time, it was most taboo to have someone show concern, especially if the person involved was a man, the kind who is usually very manly. Or they would say, "I care about you. That's why I'm so concerned about you. Are you confident? Can you win? How do you feel?" And so on and so forth. But in reality, in a battle between experts of the same level, every time you ask such a question, it's equivalent to adding another layer of psychological pressure to the other party. When this kind of pressure accumulates to a certain extent, it may lead to a bad result of turning victory into defeat, because you've already crushed yourself. The Demon Empress was also a top expert of the world. At the same time, she was also a woman. She understood this very well. So at this time, she chose to retreat. Xue Leihan's white clothes fluttered. His footsteps were steady as he slowly walked out of the demon palace. Then, with a faint smile, he walked along a quiet path as if he was taking a stroll in the park. The Demon Empress guessed wrongly, or she was misled by Xue Leihan's reaction. The date of the final battle was today. Today's noon. This was agreed upon long ago. It couldn't be changed. Xue Leihan was waiting for the time to come. At this moment, there was no sadness or joy in his heart. He didn't even feel victory or defeat. Looking up at the white clouds floating in the sky, gathering and dispersing impermanently, looking down at the flowers blooming and withering in the mountains, Xue Leihan suddenly felt extremely satisfied. He no longer had any worries about the upcoming battle. He was relaxed and carefree. At this moment, Xue Leihan suddenly felt that someone was approaching at flying speed. The person's whereabouts were erratic. His aura was hidden, but his strength was unusually strong. He had already reached the top of the world. At least he was an expert of the same level as Di Yiho. Although it was just a feeling, Xue Leihan had already realized that this person was not only an expert of the same level as Di Yiho, but also a top expert of the same level as himself. But he stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't turn back, waiting for this person to come. No matter who it was, even if the saint and the 4 fairy gods came together, Xue Leihan would definitely not turn back. The person stopped a little behind Dong Huang. An elegant voice said, "Your Majesty Dong Huang, let me fight this battle." The voice was elegant, but the tone was resolute. There was no room for negotiation. Hearing this, Shuel Lehan frowned and finally turned around slowly. He couldn't help but be stunned by what he saw. In the entire world, in the three realms, there were too few things that could make Shuel Lehan stunned. But the scene in front of him was an exception among exceptions. It was also an unexpected surprise. The reason for his shock was actually very simple. The person in front of him was dressed in white. He was tall and stood with his hands behind his back. He had long eyebrows and a crown on his head. He was gentle and elegant, but also had a majestic aura. He was handsome, but also had a murderous and domineering aura. It was actually another Donghuang Shuel Lehan. To see another Donghuang Shuel Lehan in front of him, whose strength was not inferior to his, was an extremely rare and strange thing. Shuel Lehan frowned. Although the scene in front of him was unexpected, it was still reasonable. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "I am the Lord of the Eastern Royal Heavens, Donghuang Shuel Lehan." That person stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was gentle with an unparalleled sharpness. It was Shuel Lehan's usual gaze. "I am Shuel Lehan." Shuel Lehan smiled. His smile was actually very pleasant. Pretending to be Donghuang in front of Donghuang without any scruples could actually make Shuel Lehan smile so pleasantly. Strange things happen one after another today. "I believe you should know that I won't agree," said Shuel Lehan. In fact, the moment he entered Donghuang's sight, he had already recognized who the person in front of him was. Although he was surprised by the person's cultivation, he was still the same person. "Your Majesty, I appreciate your kindness, but today's battle belongs to me alone. Please go back." The person who came was Xie. At this critical moment, he used some unknown method to run out and make it in time. Xie said indifferently, "But you promised me before that a man can't live without integrity. Donghuang, can you go back on your word?" Donghuang shook his head. "A broken promise is a broken promise. That was just a temporary measure. You don't have to take it to heart." Xie was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Are you afraid that Donghuang's reputation will be tarnished because of me? Or are you actually afraid of losing?" Shuel Lehan was silent. Then he said, "If you say so, then so be it." Xie gritted his teeth. "Can I take it that you think I'm not a match for the archer god?" Donghuang smiled indifferently and didn't comment. "What if I insist on going?" Xie was furious. Heaven Imperial Court can afford to lose Donghuang. Shuel Lehan finally looked at Xie and said seriously, "But Heaven Imperial Court can't afford to lose any of your brothers in the land of tribulations. I hope you can understand that this battle belongs to Shuel Lehan alone." Shuel Lehan said indifferently, "Besides, I have absolute confidence in winning." Absolute confidence in winning means that the archer god will be defeated or killed. But Donghuang will also die because of it. At most, only the half-crippled Shuel Lehan will survive. Is that right? Xie frowned and asked. Chapter 26:13. Between experts of the same level, there was no need for any pretense. One sentence was enough to poke the nail in the coffin. Everyone was extremely honest, without the slightest bit of falsehood. Xie stood quietly and didn't speak for a long time. Donghuang didn't speak either and walked towards his destination. He was about to pass by Xie. Xie suddenly said quietly, "Donghuang, that promise has become my inner demon." Shuel Lehan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Donghuang had thought that there was nothing in the world that could stop him, but he stopped because of this sudden sentence. Inner demon, inner demon. If the inner demon wasn't removed, it meant that there was no way forward. Xie didn't turn around. The two of them just stood facing each other, side by side. You face the south, I face the north. Both of their faces were exactly the same. "Donghuang, my cultivation has improved greatly, and I've already broken through to the jasper flower realm. Xiedanqiong said the second sentence quietly. Then he said softly, I've already broken through to the jasper flower realm. Donghuang Shui Leihan was silent. I won't lose, Xiedanqiong said, because what I use is also a hidden weapon, and the arrow god's arrow is nothing more than a hidden weapon. If you were to fight in this battle, the best result would be the death of the arrow god and you being seriously injured. Then your cultivation would drop, and you would never recover. Xiedanqiong said quietly, I've been thinking about that battle on that day. Since that time, I've been searching for Donghuang's way of fighting, imitating it, and integrating it into my martial arts. At our level, there's no need to be obsessed with any move. Which move? I'll take your place to feel that battle. I can feel that you can undoubtedly kill the arrow god. However, your cultivation base and cultivation realm will drop by at least 80%, and you'll never recover. To yourself, to your family, to the country, to the world, to the heavenly palace, there are all kinds of disadvantages and no advantages. The only two who will benefit are the saint and the heavenly devil clan that's about to arrive. Xiedanqiong, finally, took a step back and faced Donghuang. He looked straight into his eyes. Compared to you, I'm still half a step behind you. I'm not as good as you. If we were to fight head-on, I might not be able to defeat the enemy that you can defeat in the end. I can easily deal with a hidden weapon expert like the archer god, but you may not. In the path of martial arts, there were mutual engendering and restraining each other. Purely relying on strength to crush others and using strength to break through all techniques might not be suitable for those of the same level of strength. I believe Donghuang understands this much better than I do. Why force yourself? Xiedanqiong said quietly. This is the truth. I believe that you won't go against your conscience and deny it. Now that the great battle of Tianke is imminent, I, Xiedanqiong, am confident that I can recover even if I am injured in the battle. But you've engaged in a completely unnecessary battle here, and you've even suffered unnecessary injuries. He will never be able to recover. Such a brainless method is really unwise. Xiedanqiong said in a deep voice, My words are undoubtedly unpleasant to hear. However, in the end, there was only one meaning. You are stronger than me. However, when it comes to this battle, you are inferior to me. So let me fight in your place. I will get rid of my inner demons, and you will preserve your strength for the future. There's one more thing. I'm confident that I can make the archer god retreat in the face of difficulties and still preserve his strength and life. Can you do it? If you fight, you will only kill him. Xiedanqiong said. Shui Leihan frowned and pondered. After a long time, he asked softly, Xiedanqiong, do you really have an inner demon? Xiedanqiong was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Donghuang. Donghuang also looked at him quietly. The two of them suddenly burst into laughter at the same time. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be scared out of their wits, because in front of them were clearly two majesties of the Donghuang, laughing heartily at each other. South Forest. It was completely silent. The fierce wind blew the treetops, and the whole forest unexpectedly made a sound like a tsunami. The archer god, dressed in white, stood on the treetop of the tallest tree. Or rather, it was not accurate to say that it was the treetop, because the archer god was only standing on the topmost tree. The surrounding trees were all blown askew by the strong wind. But this tree was the only one that didn't move a single inch. Even the tree was completely still. He stood quietly with his eyes half closed, waiting quietly, waiting for the opponent to come. Donghuang would definitely come. The surrounding thousands of miles of land had already been covered by his divine sense. Other than Donghuang Shui Leihan, who could enter without any obstruction, no one else could. Even the Tianke saint wouldn't be able to sneak in without alerting the archer god. In this battle, the archer god only wanted one thing: fairness. He would not allow anyone to interfere with this battle. Suddenly, He opened his eyes and looked towards the northeast. For a moment, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky. A long howl broke through the air, suppressing the fierce wind and the whistling of the whole forest. South Forest, the scenery is indeed good. In a flash, Dong Huang's figure had already appeared in midair. He said elegantly, "Brother Archer God, the battle between you and me here is enough to be passed down as a much-told tale." The Archer God said coldly, "The hatred between us covers the sky. How can there be a much-told tale?" Dong Huang smiled and said, "Brother Archer God, aren't you a little too anxious? The battle hasn't started yet. I'm afraid it won't do you any good." The few words before the battle were just passing through the door. Both of them knew this. At this moment, there was nothing to say. However, words could damage the opponent's morale. Perhaps a sentence, intentionally or unintentionally, could disturb the opponent's state of mind, which was enough to affect the outcome of this battle. At this point, he had finished speaking. The Archer God did not speak anymore, because he knew that even if he spoke again, he would not be able to gain anything. This Xue Leihan was so magnanimous from the very start, and her reply was indeed a little too narrow-minded. Therefore, he was ready to attack. His gaze suddenly focused, and his entire person seemed to have disappeared from this world. He was clearly still here. However, the feeling that he gave off was gone. Dong Huang laughed loudly and retreated. In an instant, he had already retreated 300 feet away. He smiled and said, "Archer God, the South Forest is full of greenery. This is equivalent to your home ground. Unleash your full strength, completely. Don't disappoint me." The Archer God's gaze flickered. He looked at Xue Leihan with some surprise. 300 feet. This distance was neither close nor far. To deal with an ordinary expert, or even an ordinary expert at the peak of the saint level, this distance was definitely enough. If it was a little further, the Archer God was also confident that he could kill with one arrow. However, to deal with Dong Huang, it was not enough. It was far from enough. This distance was really a very subtle one. Besides, this was an absolutely safe distance for him. The Archer God understood. This distance was definitely not a distance that ordinary people could comprehend. Only experts at the peak of the saint level could comprehend it. Moreover, only those who had reached the peak of the saint level in terms of secret weapons, at least close to his level, could accurately grasp it. This safe distance, if others were standing too far away, then there would be more chances for his arrow to change midway. As long as there was a chance for change, there would naturally be countless chances of killing with one arrow. Or if they were standing too close, of course, the path of his arrow would be relatively fixed. However, if the distance was closer, it would instead increase the chances of killing with one arrow. After all, the arrow was a weapon that relied more on speed. The shorter the distance, the more threatening it was. However, 300 feet was an extremely subtle distance. To an expert of his level, especially when facing an expert like Xue Leihan, it was truly a distance that was close to helplessness, no matter whether it was advancing or not. Whether it was retreating, it would give the other party a considerable amount of initiative. However, if he were to immediately attack now, he would only lose his edge, and it would be difficult to achieve anything. That day when they first faced each other, they were just testing each other's skills. Xue Leihan did not do so because he obviously did not realize it. Why did he suddenly become so smart today? There was no room for optimism in today's battle. In the distance, Xue Leihan's hands were empty. With a swipe of the air, a shiny sword suddenly appeared in his hands. Dong Huang lowered his head and stared the blade. He said lightly, "Archer God, you are the one who challenged me in today's battle. You shall make the first move. I, Xue Leihan, have never taken advantage of others and made the first move in my entire life." The Archer God almost cursed. "You make it sound nice. If you make the first move, I will instead have increased the chances of killing you. Because as long as you attack me, the distance between the two of us will change. But you actually let me make the first move. If I had the confidence to make the first move, would I still need you to call for me? Are you trying to trick me? Acting all sanctimonious and well-behaved, however, the other party's aura was already rapidly condensing and increasing at an unprecedented speed. The wind and clouds in the sky surged. Clouds from all directions came whistling like thousands of galloping horses, then whistling away, then whistling back again. The archer god roared and finally made the first move. The light of the arrows was like lightning, instantly filling the sky. Luohua City, Heavenly Armament Pavilion. They are fighting. Zi Xieching looked at the sky on the other side and clapped her hands subconsciously. Finally, she could truly heave a sigh of relief. They were fighting, and Xie Danqiong was still within her control. There was nothing to worry about. Zi Xieching was not worried at all about Donghuang's battle. With Donghuang's earth-shattering cultivation, he would at most be slightly injured. His life would not be in danger. However, if Xie Danqiong were to fight, the nature and consequences would be greatly different. Even though Xie Danqiong's cultivation had improved greatly, he was still a hair's breadth away from Donghuang. In a battle between peak experts, a hair's breadth could determine life and death. For Donghuang, it might be a Pyrrhic victory, but for Xie Danqiong, it was very likely that he would be defeated and killed. Therefore, Zi Xieching could finally rest assured when she saw that the battle had finally started. Speaking of which, Zi Xieching was not completely unworried and unconcerned about Donghuang. Donghuang treated Zi Xieching like his own daughter and cared for her in every way. Zi Xieching would not go so far as to treat Xue Leihan like a father, but she still felt a little close to him. Chapter 26:14. But this time, it involved her husband and her brother. She had to eliminate the possible disaster before it sprouted. Besides, Zi Xieching had complete confidence in Donghuang. Donghuang would never lose, no matter who it was. Let's go. To the confinement room. Let's go take a look at that guy. There shouldn't be any problem if we let him out now. Things have already been settled. It seems like we can't win the argument if we don't let him out now. Zi Xieching was all smiles as she led the way. At the door of the confinement room, Zi Xieching was stunned. When he opened the door, he only saw a few twisted dragon tendons lying on the ground. They were like a few extremely tired snakes, curled up and resting. There was no one in the confinement room. As for Xie Danqiong, he was long gone. It was empty. Zi Xieching was stunned at the scene in front of her. After a long while, she finally roared, "Where is he?" The guard in charge of the confinement room fainted in fright the moment he saw it. "Master Xie Danqiong, you're really my master. This master has really screwed us over. But this master's meridians and blood vessels were all controlled just now. All of his cultivation was sealed. Even his divine sense and divine soul were all locked. His body was also wrapped around by 7 or 8 dragon tendons. The dragon tendons were all tightly knotted. How could he escape from such a confinement? This was simply a miracle. There were no traces of the door being opened, no traces of the lock being touched, no windows in the confinement room, and no traces of the room being destroyed. But the person locked inside was gone. Inconceivable, incomprehensible, inconceivable miracle. Zi Xieching stood there for a long while. Slowly, she finally understood. Her face was as white as jade. Her face was flushed red with embarrassment and anger. She stomped her feet fiercely. "Xie Danqiong, how dare you lie to me?" She finally understood. Xie Danqiong's purpose of coming here was not to ask for her help at all, but to absolve her of the responsibility, because Xie Danqiong was still battling in the Demon Emperor Heaven. No matter what, Zi Xieching could not avoid this matter. No matter if Xie Danqiong won or lost, Zi Xieching would have to face the blame of her brothers. "Why didn't you stop him? Don't you know how dangerous this matter is?" Even though he wouldn't say it out loud, he had such thoughts. Zi Xieching would feel it. At that time, it would be very difficult for her to make a choice. Or rather, it could be said that she had no choice. It would be even worse if Xie Danqiong were to die here. Zi Xiecheng probably didn't have the face to face Chu Yang and his brothers anymore. Therefore, it was impossible for Zi Xiecheng to let him go. She would even capture him personally. Confining himself would cut off the possibility of him going to war. In view of this, Xie Danqiong simply took the initiative to deliver himself to the enemy's doorstep. I'll take the initiative to ask for your help. Then, I'll let you capture and detain me. Then, he would spread the news of, I'm very safe. This would prove that he had tried his best to stop them. Moreover, he had used extreme measures. But if I escape by myself after that, then no matter what happens, it will be my own decision. It has nothing to do with you at all. I did stop them, and I even thought that I had stopped them, but you still managed to escape. If something really happened to you, even if they could understand me and forgive me, could I really understand myself? Forgive myself? Young Xie, you must come back, you must. Zi Xiecheng smiled bitterly. She looked up at the sky, where the wind and thunder were already raging. The battle over there had already begun. There was no way to stop them anymore. Just as Zi Xiecheng thought earlier, the matter was already settled. There was no point in making any more futile efforts. She could only let out a long sigh. Xie Danqiong, you're really something. Zi Xiecheng sighed in her heart, but she also heaved a sigh of relief. Xie Danqiong had been able to escape from this place in such a bad situation, and he hadn't been able to detect it until he had seen it with his own eyes. This undoubtedly proved that Xie Danqiong's cultivation had surpassed his own at the very least, because it was absolutely impossible for him to break such a restriction without at least 3 days of time. And the most important thing was that if Xie Danqiong wanted to impersonate Xue Leihan to fight, he must first get East Sovereign's consent. If it was really a death trap, East Sovereign would definitely not agree. And since East Sovereign had agreed, Xie Danqiong definitely had the power to fight. At the very least, there would be no risk of death. Thinking of this, Zi Xiecheng was slightly relieved. Divine Spirit, follow me to the southern forest at full speed to watch the battle. Meng Wuye, immediately pass on the news of Xie Danqiong replacing East Sovereign to the Tianji Intelligence Department. Let them inform Mo Tianji as soon as possible. Zi Xiecheng flew up. In an instant, she had already turned into a ray of white light. The divine soul of calamity also followed him silently. Chu Yang and the rest hastened their journey. Even though they knew that Xie Danqiong was very safe, now they were still worried about East Sovereign's safety. Therefore, they did not slow down at all and rushed at full speed. They were already close to the Demon Emperor Heaven. The Demon Emperor Heaven is in front. Chu Yang was a little relieved. And Luohua City is not in the central area. If we rush there from here, I believe we will reach our destination soon. Hearing Chu Yang say so, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they were almost there. This whole journey was really exhausting. However, at this moment, Mo Tianji, who had been paying attention to the latest news, said, "The battle between East Sovereign and the Archer God has officially begun." Everyone was shocked, but they all felt that it was a pity. It's a pity that we couldn't be there to watch such a battle of the century. What a pity! That's right. This is an extremely rare battle. If we miss it this time, we might not have another chance. It's really a pity. Everyone was discussing and sighing. Although they were not far from the battlefield, it would still take some time to get there. Even if they managed to get there, they might not be able to see anything exciting. Anyway, the battle had already started, since they were destined not to make it in time, and during this battle, everyone and all the forces would pay full attention to it. It would definitely attract everyone's attention. They believed that nothing major would happen in the outside world. Then why would they rush and be so tired? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But Mo Tianji suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God! This is bad. What's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss?" Chu Yang and the rest frowned and asked. These few days, Mo Tianji was shocked 3 times a day. This was definitely not his usual self. Could it be that Zi Xieching had tortured Xia Danqiong again? Xia Danqiong is missing. Mo Tianji's lips were trembling. He used some unknown method to escape from the confinement room where sister-in-law imprisoned him. Now, the one fighting in Southern Heaven Forest is most likely not Donghuang Shueleihan, but Xia Danqiong, who insisted on fighting on her behalf. Ah! When this news came out, all the brothers were dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't they say that sister-in-law had subdued Xia Danqiong and imprisoned him completely? Why is there a change now? He has already gone to the battle, and the battle has already started. It's like this, Mo Tianji hurriedly explained as he hurried on. After he finished explaining, everyone was furious and couldn't control themselves. Xia Danqiong is too much. How can he do this? Beat him up when we see him. Bastard. He's just a bastard. Chu Yang frowned and said worriedly, Xia Danqiong is most likely not a match for the archer god now. The archer god was not at a disadvantage when he fought with Donghuang previously. Xia Danqiong is fighting on Donghuang's behalf. I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Shueleihan, this bastard, why? Let's go quickly and hurry to the location of the battle. The brothers didn't waste any more words and immediately increased their speed to the maximum. He's really born to be tired. GMO and Luo Ku decide. This Xia Danqiong has become more and more cunning ever since he became the Heavenly Emperor. This time he actually deceived sister-in-law. When we meet later, let's join forces to beat him up. This time, it's most likely not our turn. Luo Kadi was not confident. Didn't you see how Boss and Mo Tianji looked like they wanted to eat him up? I'm afraid that no matter whether Xia Danqiong wins or loses this time, he's doomed in Boss's hands. Just based on the fact that he deceived sister-in-law, Boss will definitely not let him off. He deserves it if he doesn't let him off. Sigh. Nothing should happen, right? Definitely not. It definitely won't. Xia Danqiong is in our group. No one can compare to him in terms of hidden weapons. Even if he can't win, he can always escape. This is a decisive battle, you idiot. And he's representing Donghuang, not himself. Donghuang's face is also on him, no matter if he loses or escapes. Donghuang can't afford to lose this face. Since he's representing Donghuang to fight, he has to bear this responsibility. What the fuck, isn't it like that? That means he can only fight head-on. If he can't win, he can't run. This is not easy to handle. Let's hurry. Everyone was burning with anxiety as they rushed away. In the sky above the southern sky forest, there were already several people watching the battle. Below, the battle between the two parties involved in this battle of the century had already reached a white-hot level. The outcome could be decided at any time. The reason why it was like this was because the battle mode of these two people was very different from ordinary decisive battles. Separated by about 3,000 feet or so, the two parties launched their attacks. Occasionally, Donghuang would rush forward and retreat in an instant. In between, they were as fast as lightning and as fast as a white steed. The two people's attacks, methods, positions, methods, the cultivation that they displayed, their experience, their precise judgment, and so on, all of them made the onlookers gasp in amazement. Do I still have monthly votes? Chapter 2615. I was too focused on exploding and wrote the wrong chapter name. The first 820 chapters should be 810. 21 should be 20. This chapter is the real 821, but I can't change the chapter name. I can only apologize here. It's my negligence. Even the Saint Monarchs and the Demon Empress, who were watching the battle, were dazzled by it as they exclaimed in surprise. This was a battle that was completely different from any other battle in the history of the Heaven Imperial Court. However, The danger involved in this battle was far more than any other battle in the history of the Heaven Imperial Court. The two of them were walking between life and death at any time. They were wandering between victory and defeat at any time, going to the entrance of the Netherworld and back again. However, the strangest thing was that the two of them had never engaged in close combat since the beginning. It was so strange. Another arrow pierced through the air. Donghuang also moved forward almost at the same time. His sword aura surged for 3,000 feet and pierced through the arrow god. However, he immediately realized that the arrow god that was pierced through was actually a tree. The real arrow god had already drawn his bow and arrow in another direction. Just as the archer god was about to complete his attack, Donghuang had already retreated 300 feet away like a stream of light. He was fully prepared for the next wave of attack. The arrow god's arrows and Donghuang's sword intertwined in the air to form a huge net. The intensity of the attacks even made the people outside unable to see what was going on inside. The huge net that covered an area of 3,000 feet was unimaginably fine. Beside the Demon Empress, an ordinary-looking person sighed slightly and transmitted a message. "The winner is about to be decided. Xiadanchong won." The Demon Empress also nodded slightly. "If it was me, I definitely wouldn't use such a battle method. But I have to admit, perhaps this was the only way to defeat the archer god in a head-on battle while suffering limited damage. Other than that, there's no better way except for both sides suffering. This is the only way to ensure the safety of both sides." This ordinary-looking commentator was the real Donghuang Shueleihan. The Demon Empress nodded. He also transmitted his voice. In this battle, the archer god made a mistake because he fell into a fixed state of mind. This was because he had always believed that the person standing opposite him was Donghuang. He had no idea who the person in front of him was. He is a concealed weapon expert who is not inferior to him. This is a fundamental mistake. How can he not be defeated? Shueleihan nodded in agreement. Indeed, for the past millions of years, the god of archery's secret weapon skills have been recognized as the best in the imperial court. No one had ever been able to catch up to him. But from today onwards, this number one in the imperial court of heaven would become two people who were neck to neck. Moreover, Xia Danqiong was much younger than him. He still had a lot of room for development in the future. However, the archer god's skill had already reached its limit. "I don't have the strength to advance any further." The Demon Empress smiled and said, "That is destined. Actually, after this battle, Xia Danqiong will be able to suppress the arrow god." That was because the archer god had gone through millions of battles in his life. However, this was the first time in Xia Danqiong's life that he was facing such a hidden weapon expert. It's true that both of them have comprehended something, but Xia Danqiong must have comprehended more. However, in this battle, it's still unavoidable that both of them will suffer. Shueleihan said, "This is unavoidable. Their strengths are similar and their battle styles are similar. It's inevitable that both of them will suffer. However, they won't suffer from irrecoverable injuries. This is already extremely rare and commendable." The Demon Empress sighed. However, her voice was already filled with gratification. However, at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. Donghuang, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly let out a long howl. With a smile, he said calmly, "Brother Archer God, you've already shot me thousands of arrows. Now, it's time for you to see my secret weapon skills." The Archer God's pupils shrank. He said, "No wonder Donghuang could use such skills to contend with me until now. It turns out that your majesty is also a hidden weapon expert." Donghuang, who was opposite him, said in a low voice, "I also know that you haven't shot your strongest arrow yet. Today's battle between you and me will definitely have a winner. For this last strike, I'll give you an advantage. We'll use our secret weapon to determine the winner." At this point, the Archer God's expression finally changed. Using his secret weapon to determine the winner. This advantage given by Dong Huang was not small at all. At this moment, the archer god finally understood the fundamental reason why he had been unable to achieve anything and even had his hands tied. He had only treated him as Dong Huang, but not as Xue Leihan. An emperor who ruled over a part of the world would always have the grandeur of an emperor. Even when fighting with others, he would definitely not use his secret weapon to attack. However, martial artists did not have this restriction. Dong Huang was an emperor, but Xue Leihan was a martial artist. The other party had always known his trump card, but he only understood his bottom line at the end when the other party said, using his secret weapon to determine the winner. As the ruler of a part of the world, Dong Huang was actually a secret weapon expert who was not inferior to him. Since the other party dared to say that he would use his secret weapon to determine the winner with the archer god, who had been famous for 1,000,000 years, then he must be a top-level secret weapon expert. There was no doubt about this. He actually did not know such important information until now. He had actually lost the initiative right from the start. Before the battle even started, he was already destined to lose. Such a situation made the archer god feel inexplicably aggrieved. The other party knew himself and his enemy and handled the battle with ease. However, he was kept in the dark from the start. If he did not lose this battle, then it would be really unreasonable. The archer god instantly wanted to adjust. However, Dong Huang did not intend to give him this chance. The long sword in Dong Huang's hand suddenly waved violently, and then it left his hand. This throw, in anyone's eyes, was nothing out of the ordinary. However, because of this sudden throw, the archer god tensed up from head to toe. He did not dare to be negligent. He did not dare to hesitate. He did not dare to be negligent. He suddenly pulled the green longbow, and the aura around him actually exploded at this moment. When the archer god shot his arrow, no one could see where the arrow was. This was the consensus of the Heaven Imperial Court. No one could be an exception to this. In fact, including today's battle, before the archer god shot the last arrow, no one could see every arrow he shot. No one could. No one was an exception. But now this arrow, this last arrow, was completely different. But everyone could see it clearly. The bowstring was clearly pulled, the bow was clearly drawn, and the arrow was clearly shot out slowly. No one thought that the archer god's most powerful arrow was this arrow that could be clearly seen. It was not those invisible arrows. This arrow was the archer god's trump card, his strongest skill, and his ultimate skill. Everyone felt that they had been forcibly pulled out of this space and watched the arrow slowly move forward. This arrow was shot out, and the southern sky forest within a radius of 10,000 feet was blown askew by the strong wind. It was completely still in an instant. It maintained the state of being blown by the wind a moment ago, messy and still. On the other side, Dong Huang's sword had also been thrown out. Just as Dong Huang made his move, the sword that was thrown out split into 2. 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 10, 32, 14. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled. Opposite the countless long swords in the sky, an arrow was coming. Even if there are thousands of swords, I will definitely pierce through. This arrow gathered all of the archer god's essence, energy, and spirit, and all of his cultivation. All of it. After realizing that Dong Huang was also a concealed weapon expert, he immediately threw everything aside. Almost as if he had become a Buddha on the spot, he shot out the ultimate arrow without any distractions, body and mind. Wind and thunder surged. Only the mountain of swords that Dong Huang had sent out was already covering his head. One arrow against 10,000 swords. Outside, everyone clearly heard a tremor. That sound. It seemed to resound in the depths of the soul. Then an unprecedented explosion occurred at the critical moment. The entire southern sky forest was blasted into the air by the power of the ultimate collision of 2 great powerhouses. Empty. 2 muffled groans sounded at the same time. On Dong Huang's shoulder, a clear bloody hole appeared, connecting the front and back. On the opposite side, The archer god also had a short sword stuck in his right chest. The two were still separated by 10,000 feet, standing face to face. Suddenly, they laughed at the same time. "This battle is really satisfying." These words came from the mouths of the two facing each other at the same time. The injuries of the two men were not light at all. In fact, they were very serious. However, at the time of the explosion, no one knew when the two of them had been injured. "I lost this battle." The archer god's expression was somewhat disappointed, and he said softly, "Dong Huang, as expected of Dong Huang, you can actually defeat me in my strongest field." For the elves who had always been arrogant, personally admitting defeat was simply worse than death. At this moment, the archer god's mood could be imagined. There is no winner or loser in this battle. On the opposite side, Dong Huang smiled faintly. Everyone is tied. The archer god flew into a rage. "You think I can't afford to lose? A win is a win, a loss is a loss. I don't know if you can afford to lose, but in any case, I really can't afford to lose." On the opposite side, Dong Huang said softly, "Otherwise, you wouldn't only know that I'm Dong Huang. I was lucky to have this advantage, and this battle was even more lucky to win, so it's only right that we are tied." Hearing this, the archer god was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. "A loss is a loss, no matter the reason. I only know that you are Dong Huang, but I neglected your true self, which is already a huge mistake. How can I not lose? Ha ha ha. But this time, I lost quite comfortably, not at all unconvinced." In the face of Shuel Leihan's super open and above-board demeanor, the archer god suddenly felt that the person in front of him was actually very pleasing to the eye. This irreconcilable enemy was pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Dong Huang opposite him said, "Brother archer god, since the battle is over, I can officially tell you now." Chapter 26:16. His body floated up into the air. With a warm smile, he said softly, "Actually, there's no need for a battle between you and me, because there's no reason for a battle between us." He didn't say, "I didn't do it," nor did he say, "You were deceived." But there was no need for a battle. There was no reason for a battle. But it was equivalent to saying everything. The archer god shuddered. His eyes widened and he shouted, "Make yourself clear!" But Dong Huang had already flown thousands of feet to the front of the demon empress. Then the white clouds surged and shrouded everyone. Not a single figure could be seen. Then the white clouds surrounded a few people and started to float backward. The archer god's gaze suddenly became extremely complicated. He understood the meaning of Shuel Leihan's words, but it was because he understood that he felt uncomfortable and lost. What the hell was going on? The archer god was a fairy. Fairies were pure, simple, and honest. But it didn't mean that they were all fools. Looking at Shuel Leihan, leaving quickly, the archer god suddenly roared, "Dong Huang!" He flew up like lightning and chased after him. In the clouds, Xie Danqiong and Shuel Leihan had quickly exchanged identities. Seeing the archer god chasing after him with a short sword still in his chest, he didn't care at all. Shuel Leihan sighed softly. "Danqiong, I'm afraid that your words have provoked him too much. Don't let it backfire." Xie Danqiong said calmly, "Even if it backfires, it's none of your business. What I do and say has nothing to do with you. What matters is my boss's reputation." Hearing that, Shuel Leihan could only smile bitterly. Yes, Shuel Leihan could only smile bitterly when Xie Danqiong answered with such a reason. Suddenly he was filled with emotions. He said softly, "Back then, someone once slandered me. Xie Hao fought against the world in a fit of rage because of this. Back then, Xie Hao and Ling Piaoping's interracial marriage attracted the world's attention. The demon race and the human race boycotted it together. I, Shuel Leihan, also stood up at that time to protect my brother's happiness." Shuel Leihan looked far away. He said softly, "Xie Danqiong, do you know? I, Shuel Leihan, only have one brother like this. But the two of you have many, do you know? Such a pair of brothers. Since time immemorial, in this starry sky, there has been no one more than you. Siet Dan Cheong smiled proudly, but we both think that it's worth it. Isn't that enough? No matter what he did, as long as it's for my brothers, I think it's worth it. This was the other reason why Siet Dan Cheong had to replace Dong Huang this time. It was also the most important reason. No one can slander my big brother like this. If there were, then kill them, without pity. If the elven archer god believed Siet Dan Cheong's explanation of his identity as the Emperor of the East this time, that way he would be able to avoid a future massacre. Otherwise, it was only because of Chu Yang's illegitimate child status that Suwu had. It would definitely lead to a disastrous war that would affect the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Gu Dexing's Big Western Sky, Dong Wushang's Extreme Heaven, Ao Xian's Green Firmament Sky, Siet Dan Cheong's Ink Cloud Sky, Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Demon Emperor Sky, and Mo Tianji's Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department, which was spread throughout the entire Imperial Court, as well as GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rue Budong's teams. Tan Tan's forces would collectively go on a rampage. All the movements of these forces would directly trigger a catastrophe in the Heaven Imperial Court without the need for the heavenly demons to invade. The original forces in the Heaven Imperial Court might even be wiped out. Of course, the Heavenly Calamity Army would also be destroyed. In the end, only the heavenly demons would benefit. The most fundamental meaning behind Siet Dan Cheong's actions today was that he represented the standpoint of all his brothers. No one can slander my big brother in front of me. If you dare, then bring it on. You will have to pay the price. This was the common intention of all his brothers. No one was an exception. No matter how strong the elven race was, once they were faced with these forces that were enough to shake the entire Heaven Imperial Court, they would probably only end up disintegrating overnight. Other than that, there was no other possibility. At this moment, the archer god had already chased after them. He was like a meteor in the sky. Siet Dan Cheong stared coldly at the archer god's figure that was getting closer and closer. He said indifferently, "I will leave this elf to you. If you come to an agreement, the misunderstanding will be cleared up and everyone will be happy. If not, we will start a war and the elven race will be wiped out." After that, he moved and retreated to one side. The demon empress sighed and said, "Cheonghua, have you ever thought about the heavenly demons that are about to invade? I'm afraid such a harsh statement is inappropriate." Siet Dan Cheong sneered, "But have they ever thought about my big brother? How can my big brother be slandered at will? My explanation, just now and now, there is a chance to clear up the misunderstanding. This is already our greatest sincerity. Is this still not enough? As for whether the elven race can understand and grasp it, it depends on the elven race's fate. What does it have to do with me?" The Demon Empress and East Sovereign sighed at the same time. Siet Dan Cheong's words were really overbearing. In the end, the elven race was only the target of deceit. They were also the victims. The conflict between the two sides was caused by this, but it was not to the extent of wiping out the elven race. However, Siet Dan Cheong's standpoint was like this. It was also in accordance with the laws of Heaven Imperial Court. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. No matter what reason you use to slander our big brother, the fact is that you slandered our big brother. If you didn't grasp the opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding between the two sides, then you deserve to die. What does it have to do with others? Since the conversation had already reached this point, there was nothing more to say. Everything had reached the extreme. There was no more room for negotiation. The two of them did not doubt that if the elven race dared to say something like, "Chu Yang is the illegitimate son of the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress," then Siet Dan Cheong would immediately return to Ink Cloud Sky. Then the entire Ink Cloud Sky would be mobilized. Even if they had to fight to the last soldier, they would not let the elven race go. And as long as Siet Dan Cheong was the first to move, Dong Wushang, Aoshin, Guduxing, Emotianji, and the others would definitely not sit back and watch. They would also move. With these forces together, even if the elven race was strong, they would still be destroyed. Chu Yang's reputation could be used as a joke between the brothers. Even if it was a little too much, it was just for fun between the brothers. However, as long as outsiders spoke carelessly, they would not rest until they were dead. Even if Chu Yang himself did not mind and did not intend to do so, it would be useless. The brothers would automatically do it. This point, the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress realized at the same time. But it was also because they realized it that the two of them were even more troubled. When the rumors started to spread, why didn't the two of them immediately take action to clarify the rumors? Why did they have to fight without any explanation, causing the situation to go out of control and evolve into such a bad situation today? The wings of Chu Yang's tribulation were already growing. With the combined strength of tribulation now, it was enough to do things that even the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress could not do. This was strength. This was the hard truth. No one could deny it. But the elven race was so stubborn. They would not easily change their minds and original intentions. When these two equally stubborn forces collided, the result would be the elven race being destroyed and tribulation suffering heavy losses. The arrow god gradually approached and stared at Xue Leihan. Of course, he did not know that this Xue Leihan in front of him was not the East Sovereign just now. East Sovereign, what do you mean by this? The arrow god looked serious. Xue Leihan frowned and said softly, I have already said what I can say. This is not something that I can explain clearly by myself. You need to judge everything yourself. The arrow god stared fixedly at Xue Leihan. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He actually fell silent. Xue Leihan's words seemed weak, but it was also the sharpest counterattack. If I say that I didn't do it, would you believe me? If I say that I did it, would you believe me? How can you believe me? How can you not believe me? These were all unsolvable problems. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, What is this? His voice was filled with disbelief. The person who spoke was also an expert at the peak of the saint level. His purpose for coming this time was very simple. It was just to watch this battle of the century. However, after the battle ended, he inadvertently looked down and immediately discovered an extremely strange phenomenon. For a time, even with the mental fortitude of an expert at his level, he could not help but cry out involuntarily. Everyone involuntarily looked towards the direction of the voice. Just now, the short sword that Xie Dancheng shot out and the arrow god's arrow collided midway. Both sides had condensed all of their cultivation. At the moment when the two sides came into contact, the resulting violent explosion and impact actually lifted up the dense forest that was no less than a few thousand feet in radius. It flew up into the air. The area of the forest that was lifted up this time was unprecedented. The Southern Sky Forest was the most famous forest in the imperial court. The vegetation here was already densely distributed to a considerable extent. The roots of the trees and grass intertwined with each other, almost covering the entire ground. Such a dense forest was lifted up in one go, and the ground underneath was completely lifted up as well. This was originally a miracle that was almost impossible to happen. However, this person's eyes were sharp. He accidentally discovered that under the ground that was lifted up 1,000 feet, a large area of buildings was revealed. There were even traces of people. Seeing this scene, that person finally could not help but exclaim. The arrow god and Donghuang's abnormal battle actually created an underground world? What kind of concept was this? Everyone followed his gaze and looked down. But at this moment, the plants that were flying in the sky finally came to an end and fell back down again. The demon empress frowned. With a thought, she flew out. Suddenly, Lu Yunxue waved her sleeves. The piece of land with the abandoned vegetation that was about to fall from the sky was lifted up by her sleeves. It flew to an unknown place. Chapter 26:18. The The saint was about to vomit blood. Today, he had suffered too much of a loss. With every cheer that came from behind him, the anger in the sage's heart grew even greater. He had originally planned to watch the show with Shwe Lehan, but in the end, he had to go on stage himself, and he had to kill his own people. He had to kill them. The 10,000 saints' true spirits here were all carefully cultivated by him. Seeing that the day of harvest was about to come, he was forced to personally destroy this base. Thinking of this, the saint's heart was bleeding. But just like what Dongwang had said, everyone knew that the Mountain River Sword was the greatest nemesis of the 10,000 saints' true spirits. Other than this, there was really no other way to completely destroy the 10,000 saints' true spirits, especially not to let them transfer cultivation to their master. Because of this, the saint had no choice but to take action. He had no choice but to take action. Under everyone's gaze, the Mountain River Sword suddenly shook violently. An array of sword aura shot out like a dragon. He roared, 10,000 saints' true spirits, give me your lives. As this sword was shot out, waves of blood instantly surged below. Another round of deafening cheers came from above. Shwe Lehan's voice rang out, Your Majesty's cultivation is too high, as expected of the number one person in the heavenly court. Too powerful, as expected of the saint. Everyone echoed. Xie Danqiong took advantage of the chaos and roared, Dozens with one sword, hundreds with 10 swords. Come on, saint. After 300 to 500 swords, all the true spirits here will perish. Everyone shouted together, Come on, Your Majesty. After 300 to 500 swords, all the true spirits here will perish. Victory! Victory! Invincible! Your Majesty is invincible. Too awesome! 10,000 saints' true spirits. Last demon clown. Mountain River Sword moves. All true spirits perish. The battle below. It continued. The saint's eyes were red as he slaughtered. The crowd above was still cheering. Everyone above was happy from the bottom of their hearts. The 10,000 saints' true spirits base was finally destroyed. However, the saint below felt his heart bleed every time he killed someone. What the fuck is going on? The 10,000 saints' true spirits that I've painstakingly cultivated for so many years have yet to be put to use. How could I have killed them all by myself? Countless painstaking efforts, all for naught? However, he couldn't say anything. He didn't dare to say anything. Moreover, he had to pretend to be righteous. In this world, was there anything more tragic and tragic than this? Shwe Lehan, Demon Empress, I am absolutely irreconcilable with you. The sage roared madly in his heart. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. Shwe Lehan sighed from the bottom of his heart. I also think it's too satisfying. The Demon Empress smiled until her eyebrows curved. The most refreshing and comfortable thing in my life is none other than this moment today. Haha. The two of them laughed together. The two of them did not try to hide their voices at all. It seemed that he had deliberately spread the news to His Majesty, the sage's ears. The sage was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. A strong impulse to immediately rush out and kill Dong Huang and the Demon Empress was stirred up, and it was hard to suppress. But now there were so many people watching over here. No matter how powerful he was, he definitely couldn't kill so many people. Moreover, there were super experts like Dong Huang, Demon Empress, and Arrow God here. If he acted rashly, he would most likely be the one who died. Moreover, once his identity was exposed, he would really be a rat on the street. From the revered His Majesty the Sage Monarch to becoming the 1,000 saints' true demon that was the enemy of the world. Then everything would be over. He could only continue to kill, falling into such a vile situation. Even the shrewd His Majesty, the Saint Monarch, nearly vomited blood and died. Below, there were already corpses everywhere, and there was no sign of life. Finally, the three experts, guarding this place rushed out. However, the moment the three of them rushed out, they didn't look for His Majesty the Sage to fight. Instead, they turned into 3 different directions and escaped. But Xue Leihan, Demon Empress, and Arrow God were guarding here, and they had long been on guard against anyone escaping. How could they let them escape successfully? There was a tremor in the air, and an arrow flashed. A person was already on fire, and even the last bit of his soul was blown into smithereens. This is the soul-chasing arrow. Arrow God was a little tired. Its power is great, but it is also extremely vicious. Once this arrow is shot, it will instantly destroy the divine sense and soul of the archer. I have never been willing to use it lightly, and I haven't used it even once in these millions of years. But today, facing the 1,000 saints' true spirit, I don't have such scruples. With the soul destroyed, I believe that even the 1,000 saints' true spirit can't do anything. As he spoke, Dong Huang and Demon Empress had already separated to block the other 2 and attacked with all their might. The other 2 were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow, barely holding on. In just a moment, they were already killed by the other 2, and their souls were also destroyed. The screams below were still continuous, rising and falling one after another. Demon Empress kept waving her hands, sweeping away the dust and smoke so that it didn't obstruct everyone's vision at all. Everything that happened below was seen by everyone. Everyone, cheer for His Majesty the Saint. Xie Danqiong let out a long sigh and said with extreme schadenfreude, I can't watch it anymore, it's too cruel. He added in his heart, Saint Monarch is too pitiful. But I feel so good watching it, even the arrow wounds on my body don't hurt anymore. No one knew this Jade Flower Emperor, and someone immediately retorted, This is the 1,000 saints' true spirit, the most evil existence in this world. What's there to not watch? Every one of them should be chopped into meat paste. Don't abuse your compassion. His Majesty the Saint Monarch's way of doing things is the right way. His Majesty the Saint Monarch, you can do it. Xie Danqiong nodded repeatedly, and his attitude was sincere. My knowledge is shallow, and I am a good person. You are right, Your Majesty the Saint Monarch, you can do it. Destroy the 1,000 saints' true spirit, and don't let the person behind the scenes get any benefits. The person next to him nodded and said, That's right, everything here depends on Your Majesty the Saint Monarch. Your Majesty has worked hard. Demon Empress Dong Huang laughed heartily upon hearing this. It's about time, let's go down too. Xie Danqiong swallowed a heavy pill and instantly felt his body recover a lot. Xie Danqiong had deliberately created the situation in the previous battle. He had limited the distance between the 2 of them to a very subtle distance. And everything had turned out as Xie Danqiong had expected. Both of them had suffered heavy injuries. However, only their bodies had suffered injuries. Their vitality and spirit had suffered limited damage. So, they hadn't injured their foundations. Xie Danqiong's injuries had healed by 30% after he had taken a heavy pill. He hadn't fully recovered, but he had regained considerable fighting strength. The elf archer god naturally did not have a healing elixir like the heavy pill. But how could the elf race lack elixirs? In fact, in the fierce battle just now, he was able to shoot an ultimate move like the soul-chasing arrow to kill an expert at the peak level, which was already evident. It's time? Go down? Xue Leihan and the Demon Empress looked at him in surprise. Why do we have to go down? Wouldn't it be more satisfying to watch him kill his own people here? The archer god was instantly stunned. Kill his own people? What did this mean? If this was a reprimand, it would be a huge reprimand. The saint put in a lot of effort to kill the 10,000 saints' true spirits here. And you still say this behind his back, isn't this too sneaky? If I'm not wrong, there should be one of his doppelgangers below, Xie Danqiong said lightly. Moreover, there are countless heavenly treasures and resources here. These things should be divided among everyone, huh? At this moment, Xue Leihan, The demon empress and the archer god looked at Xie Danqiong with a strange expression. You mean to take advantage of the situation? The archer god really did not understand. What was this young man thinking? Did he have any integrity? Others were killing until blood flowed like rivers, but he was spouting nonsense. In fact, he wanted to take advantage of others. Of course, he did not recognize that this guy in front of him was Dong Huang, who was fighting with him just now. Xie Danqiong had already recovered the aura of the ink cloud, Heavenly Emperor. That was a unique aura that could be distinguished at a glance. Just like how the elf archer god knew Dong Huang very well, but did not recognize Shuo Leihan. It was the same now. He was already very familiar with Xie Danqiong, but did not recognize the Jade Flower Emperor of the ink cloud, Heavenly Emperor at all. What are you talking about? How can you spout nonsense like this? How can this be taking advantage of the situation? Xie Danqiong said seriously, this is obviously enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, not letting the saint take the limelight, cleaning up the dregs and returning a clean space to the imperial court. The archer god was completely speechless. So words could be said like this? At this moment, the archer god had a feeling of reverence for this unknown guy in front of him. This kind of feeling was not felt even by the saint, Dong Huang, and the demon empress. Indeed, when a person was shameless, he was invincible in the world. There was no limit to shamelessness, no limit, no bottom line. After we go down, you guys are in charge of blocking the saint. You must hold him back for a while I focus on searching for the treasures. Xie Danqiong said. The demon empress had always been grateful that Xie Danqiong replaced Shuo Leihan in this battle, so she agreed almost without hesitation. The archer god was a little stunned. What was the identity of this shameless fellow? He could actually talk to the demon empress and Dong Huang like this? And why did these words sound so harsh? The saint of the Fling clan had just exterminated countless 10,000 saints, true spirits here. Even if the saint did not care about the spoils of war here, shouldn't you at least ask for his opinion first? Why did you go up directly and even work with the demon empress to guard against the saint? This was too unreasonable, right? May I ask who you are? What is your name? The archer god asked cautiously. This is the new Heavenly Emperor of the ink cloud, Heavenly Emperor. Her Majesty, the Jade Flower Emperor. Dong Huang Shuo Leihan smiled and introduced. The archer god was in a mess when he heard this information. This wretched and shameless guy was actually a Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2619. The newly ascended Heavenly Emperor of Moyun Sky. Jade Flower Heavenly Emperor was actually such a shameless and wretched person who took advantage of others. It was truly a pity for such a good body, such a graceful demeanor. Sigh, no one was perfect. Brother god of archery, shall we go together? Shuo Leihan looked at the god of archery and asked with concern, Are your injuries serious? How could the god of archery show weakness in front of the opponent just now? Especially now that Shuo Leihan was so calm and full of energy. He subconsciously replied, I'm fine. I'm very good. After the battle just now, Shuo Leihan actually seemed to have fully recovered, but he himself was still quite a distance away from full recovery. This was probably the difference in strength. Although the god of archery really did not want to admit defeat, he had to admit that Shuo Leihan was indeed stronger than him. Just like that, the four of them went down together. Soon after, a few more people from the dark shadow followed. One of them, a white robe fluttering in the wind, was none other than Zi Xieching. The moment she jumped down, Shuo Leihan and the demon empress noticed her. At this moment, the eyes of the two kings were filled with warmth. This was the daughter of my brother, the only bloodline. This was the daughter of my sister, the only descendant. The Lord was on a killing spree below, but he still maintained his elegant demeanor. Waves of blood rolled under his sword, and as far as the eye could see, this place had become a slaughterhouse. Listening to the almost continuous praises above, the Lord's face became more and more gloomy. The murderous intent also became more and more intense. The chilling intent almost covered the whole small world. This time it was really a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. However, who would have thought that Xieching actually burned the land within a radius of 3,000 miles of Luohua City to the ground? Who would have thought that there was no more forest there? Instead, it prompted the god of archery to choose the southern forest as the venue for the battle. What was even more unexpected was that the battle between the two of them, an expected peak collision, did not hurt them at all. Instead, it brought disaster to the entire southern forest. This was definitely an unimaginable thing, but it happened right before their eyes. It exposed the biggest secret that they had painstakingly hidden. There were a total of 3 such bases, and one of them had already been destroyed. But no matter what, that was destroyed in the hands of the enemy. Now, the one here was destroyed by his own hands. How much effort did this take? Only then would he be able to establish one. It was ruined just like that. Not to mention, some people would be gone forever. Where could he find such a suitable person? The sage waved his sword again, and the hundreds of people in front of him screamed and fell to the ground at the same time. Their souls were extinguished, and their hearts were filled with rage. Xue Leihan had already gone to the extreme. Yao Xi, I will never forgive the two of you. You actually forced me to such a state. If he didn't take revenge for this, he wouldn't. I swear, I'm not a human. If I let you die so easily, I would be letting you down. One day, I will definitely let you all taste the taste of becoming a myriad saint's true spirit. You will beg for death, but you won't be able to die. Just you wait. This one-sided slaughter had come to an end. When he leapt down, the sage had already notified his doppelganger at the first moment, allowing him to simultaneously start a massacre from the inside. But when he rushed down, he would immediately disappear. He couldn't appear again, and he couldn't leave behind any traces. In this way, other than protecting his doppelganger, he could more or less absorb some of the power of the myriad saint's true spirit and recoup some of his losses. But the key problem that had yet to be solved was there were peak-level experts everywhere. How was the doppelganger going to escape in the end? The only feasible way was to sacrifice the 3 great demon commanders to attract everyone's attention, and then let the doppelganger escape by digging a hole underground. Right now, the doppelganger was probably thousands of miles away. The sage was finally completely relieved, and he continued his massacre with a cold face. As long as the doppelganger was fine, it was considered cheap. If the doppelganger was exposed, that would be the most terrible thing. The sage could still afford to lose the myriad saint's true spirit here. As long as he recovered the resources and treasures here and spent some effort, he could still rebuild it with some time. But at this moment, protecting himself was still the most important thing. As for these people, if they died, then so be it. The sage could only comfort himself like this. If he wanted to rebuild a true spirit base of such a scale, even if he had countless resources, without hundreds of thousands of years of time and effort, it would be impossible. Your Majesty is indeed invincible and peerless. Xue Leihan's smiling voice came from afar. Such a huge base of myriad saints' true spirit was actually completely destroyed by your Majesty's sword, not leaving a single bit behind. The sage's face was livid. He said coldly, Xue Leihan, why aren't you coming up to help? What are you saying? If a few of them escape, that would be a huge problem. Xue Leihan laughed. How could I not know the stakes? I also want to help, but I don't have a divine weapon like the mountain and river sword. How about this? Lend me the mountain and river sword, and you go to one side to rest for a while. Leave the rest to me, let me do my best. How about it? When everything is done, I will return the mountain and river sword immediately without any delay. The demon empress smiled sweetly. That's right, I can testify to this. If Xue Leihan dares to swallow your mountain and river sword, I will be the first to not let him off. I will definitely get it back for you. The sage rolled his eyes fiercely and snorted coldly. An impulse to swallow Xue Leihan and the demon empress alive rose in his heart. He didn't want to speak anymore. These two bastards sure know how to talk. Give you the mountain and river sword? If I believe your nonsense and really give you the mountain and river sword, it would be strange if I can still get it back. Such a naive and childish trick of trying to gain something without risking anything. And you actually want to use it on me. This is simply the biggest joke in the world. As for the Demon Empress, she is even more shameless. You actually testify? Who doesn't know that the two of you are in the same boat now? To think you can say such words to testify. If this sword fell into Shwe Lehan's hands, perhaps Shwe Lehan would feel embarrassed. It might really be returned. But with you, Yao Exayan as a witness, it would be a complete waste. It would definitely be a one-way trip. Unreasonable. This was a woman's privilege. Hurry up and do it. Is there any meaning in saying such things? The sage said extremely gloomily. Looks like your majesty still can't bear to part with the mountain and river sword. Shwe Lehan shook his head and sighed. Isn't it just a sword? The Demon Empress said disdainfully. Do you have to treat it like a treasure? You don't even trust the two of us. Humph. Too stingy. We only brought it up because we sympathize with him and want him to rest, that's right. If he doesn't want to give it up, I don't want to take it either. My good intentions are treated as ill intent. How can there be such an ungrateful person in this world? And this person is the sage. The Demon Empress complaints kept coming. The sage was already so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Even the archer god at the side was stunned. He was also dumbfounded. The two of you are speaking too lightly. That's the mountain river sword, the #1 divine weapon in the heavenly imperial court. If it were me, I wouldn't hand it over either. This has nothing to do with being ungrateful, right? Of course, this was just this. Shwe Lehan and the Demon Empress didn't stay idle, especially the surviving 10,000 saints' true spirits who were escaping in all directions. Their paths of escape were completely blocked by the two of them. Boundless energy surrounded all of them in a large circle, allowing the saint monarchs to slaughter them. At this moment, the two of them were like herding sheep with a whip. They were doing it happily, while the sage was killing until blood flowed like a river. But he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. And in this gap, Xie Danqiong had already sneaked into the building complex, like a wisp of smoke. Who is that? Why is he entering and leaving this place so rashly? The sage frowned and asked. It's His Majesty, the Jade Flower Emperor. He went into search for the remaining survivors. What if there are fish that escaped the net? Shwe Lehan smiled and replied, Nonsense. Simply ridiculous. Under such a large-scale extermination, who would dare to hide in the building, waiting to be caught like a turtle in a jar? Fish that escaped the net. Ridiculous. The sage roared. Xie Danqiong is obviously going to take advantage of them. After saying that, he suddenly remembered. Why would the Jade Flower Emperor suddenly come here? I clearly saw him in the big Western Paradise. Shwe Lehan frowned. Oh, Your Majesty, have you seen the Jade Flower Emperor in the big Western Paradise before? May I know why the two celestial emperors have gathered? The sage knew that his mind was in a mess today, and he accidentally let his mouth slip. He said angrily, You, the East Sovereign, are not qualified to meddle in my affairs. Shwe Lehan laughed. But you, the sage, are also not qualified to give me orders. If you don't want to say, then don't. Anyway, the Jade Flower Emperor is right in front of us. I'll just ask him himself later. Xie Danqiong, come out. The sage roared as he killed his own people. He won't come out for the time being. Since this is the base of the 10,000 saints' true spirit, there must be some resources there. His Majesty, the Jade Flower Emperor, said that he wanted to take some from there. Shwe Lehan laughed. The great heavenly demon war is imminent. Mo Yuntian has experienced the invasion of the demons, and his foundation has been damaged greatly. The Jade Flower Emperor's foundation is even weaker. It's reasonable to let him strengthen his strength for the future. I believe you won't mind, and will definitely be happy to see this happen. The sage said angrily, Nonsense. What do you mean by happy to see this happen? Those things are mine. He jumped up and was about to rush in to stop Xiadanqiong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The demon empress rolled up the remaining tens of millions of holy true spirits and sent them to the Saint Monarch, one by one. She said lightly, Your Majesty, Saint Monarch, even if you are worried about the treasures inside, you still have to kill all these holy true spirits first. There are priorities in this matter. How can you ruin the big picture just because of a small profit? Your Majesty, Saint Monarch, has always put others before yourself. Public interest before private interest. I believe this is no exception, right? Besides, with your status, why would you care about those small treasures inside? Chapter 26:20. The saint almost vomited blood. The treasures inside. And some? What a bunch of bastards. Every base here had countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures collected over millions of years. There were also all kinds of strange metals, and there was even a star core. How could these be treasures in the ordinary sense? To think that you said it so lightly. So the loss isn't yours, but it's mine, ah. If you really care about the things inside, then give me the mountain and river sword. I'll kill people for you, and you go in to collect the treasures. Shuel Leihan smiled. The 10,000 saints' sacred spirit cannot be let go. This concerns the world. Shuel Leihan said earnestly. The saint snorted coldly. But the demon empress and East sovereign's words were righteous. Yes, no matter what happened now, no matter what important things were inside, it was not as important as eliminating the 10,000 saints' sacred spirit. There were so many people here watching, and in this world, it seemed that only his mountain and river sword could effectively eliminate the 10,000 saints' sacred spirit. He could not abandon the matter here and quietly keep the most important thing. And the mountain and river sword could not fall into the hands of the demon empress and East sovereign. Then, if he did not kill, who would? His only hope was that Xiadanqiong did not know what was good for him, and went to take the ordinary things first. But how could a heavenly emperor not know what was good for him? He had to kill quickly and stop him. When the holy sage thought of this, he suddenly let out a roar and completely displayed his strongest combat strength. A magnificent sword light suddenly exploded. Boom! Even many of the surrounding buildings were smashed into smithereens. The 10,000 saints' sacred spirit that had been slaughtered to less than 5,000 were killed by the power of one sword. They were all killed. Not a single person survived. Many of them had an intense look of confusion on their faces. Confusion, anger, fear. These people were really not the 10,000 saints' sacred spirit, but the coaches of the 10,000 saints' sacred spirit. These people had all seen the saint's clone before and naturally recognized that this crazy executioner looked exactly the same as the saint's clone. Even the aura was the same. This was obviously their master, the true home of the 10,000 saints' sacred spirit. But why would he suddenly want to kill them? Why? There was no reason for this. Perhaps, even in death, they would not understand why they had died. We have sacrificed everything for you in this dark and sunless place. It will help you cultivate the power to conquer the world, to provide you with an endless supply of power. But today you are actually so crazy, sparing no effort to kill us. Furthermore, in an instant, all of them were controlled. No one was able to speak or ask any questions. It was like a group of mutes facing a bloody executioner who was like the god of death. Such a feeling. Let them truly die with grievances. It's fine if you don't give us a reason. But why don't we even have the chance to ask questions? Everyone looked around. And as far as their eyes could see, there really wasn't a single living person left in this myriad saint's real spirit base. The saint's figure flashed, and he was about to rush into the building complex to stop Xiadanqiong from collecting his spoils of war. Shuel Leihan coughed and said, Your Majesty, you seem to have forgotten something extremely important. The sage asked, and? What extremely important matter? Xue Leihan laughed and said, Can't you see for yourself? The saint looked around but did not discover anything. He said impatiently, What exactly is it? Xue Leihan sighed. You didn't see such an obvious thing? You're not pretending, are you? The saint became even more impatient. Why would I pretend? What are you trying to do? Just say it. Xue Leihan said in surprise, Your Majesty, the one and only saint in the world. You killed the enemies down there and showed off your power. So many of us cheered for you in unison. Now that you have obtained such a glorious victory with the power of the mountain and river sword, it is enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Shouldn't you say something to us? Everyone was quite tired just now. The saint was really angry when he heard this. Immediately he understood that Xue Leihan's nonsensical words were simply to buy more time for Xie Danqiong, to delay his footsteps. He decided not to talk anymore. With a move, he was about to rush into the building complex. But a white figure flashed in front of him, and the demon empress was already in front of him. She said indifferently, Master Yin, answer a question of mine. The saint was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. What question? The saint had to ask this question. The demon empress was even more resolute than the Donghuang. If he barged in, it was very likely that she would immediately start a war with him. This was not a good time to fight with her. The demon empress' face was cold. She questioned loudly, When I was rushing back to the demon emperor's heaven from the extreme heaven, was it you who set up that ambush? Were you the one who did it? The saint was stunned. He said angrily, Nonsense. Demon Xian, are you crazy? The demon empress asked relentlessly, Answer me directly. I'm only asking you, is it you? It can't be me. The holy sage was furious. Yao Xian, are you trying to forcefully frame me under the bright light of the universe? The demon empress said indifferently, What you said doesn't count. Whether it was you or not, I will find out sooner or later. However, I have to say something first. If I have evidence and prove that it was you who did it, I will definitely kill you. The saint was so anxious that he was in no mood to argue with the demon empress. Seeing that the demon empress had stopped talking, he was about to rush in, but he heard the demon empress say, No matter how secretive you are, you can't hide it from the world. The heavens had eyes, and they would not let a matter sink into the sea forever. Whatever you do, the heavens are watching. Sage, you should be prepared. The sage didn't pay any attention to him and continued to rush forward. But another figure flashed. The Jade Flower Emperor, dressed in white, had already walked out of the ruins of the building complex. She walked over as if she was taking a stroll. The saint was stunned and stopped in his tracks. Since Xie Danqiong had come out, he must have looted all the resources. At least, those important things must have been taken away by him. There was no use in going in now. Xie Danqiong made a very free and easy expression when he saw that everyone was looking at him. He spread out his hands and said with a wry smile on his face, What's really surprising is that the base of the all-holy real spirit is so big, but it's empty inside. There's nothing inside. This is really surprising. Xue Leihan asked in surprise, Nothing at all? Your Majesty, Jade Flower Emperor, did you see wrongly or found the wrong place? How can there be no resources at all in the 10,000 saints' true spirit base? This question also answered the question that everyone present was wondering about. Xie Danqiong said with a bitter smile, There's really nothing. How could I find the wrong place? I've searched every room and every secret underground warehouse. Indeed, other than some food, there's nothing at all. This is really strange. The demon empress frowned. Could it be that the 10,000 saints' true spirit ate, drank, used up all of it? This seems to be the most reasonable and probable explanation. Xie Danqiong frowned seriously and nodded. I heard that the 10,000 saints' true spirit eats everything, not to mention heavenly treasures and strange metals They even eat feces. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so notorious. That makes sense. The Jade Flower Emperor is so knowledgeable. Today, we've opened our ears again. The East Sovereign and the Demon Empress nodded in agreement. The others were flabbergasted, and dumbstruck. What kind of words were these? What the hell was this? The 10,000 saints' true spirit even eats feces? Furthermore, these words came from the mouth of the supreme, celestial emperor of a generation. Furthermore, such ridiculous words actually had the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress standing by the side with a serious expression on their faces. Everyone was a little dizzy. Was this real or fake? Could it really be real? Otherwise, the three great kings wouldn't make such a joke, right? It should be more or less like that, right? There were already some busybodies who flew in to take a look. When they came out, they shook their heads. It's really empty. There's only some food left. There's nothing else. This 10,000 saints' true spirit base is really too poor. The Saint Monarch's blood rushed to his head, and his face turned red. He almost spat out blood. Which one of them wasn't a smart person? Everyone knew that the Jade Flower Emperor must have taken it away, but it was obvious that the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress were supporting it. Who would have the guts to offend the three sovereigns? Wouldn't that be tired of living? Thus everyone agreed. Yes, this 10,000 saints' true spirit base is too poor. I really didn't expect the 10,000 saints' true spirit to be such a bunch of poor bastards. Nonsense. How can they be 10,000 saints' true spirit if they're not poor? That makes sense. Everyone, today's matter has proven that the 10,000 saints' true spirit is truly a strange existence. They don't have their own souls and thoughts. Siet Dan Cheong looked at everyone and solemnly said, especially the master of the All Saints' true spirit. He's a typical bastard without parents. He's a heartless bastard. Everyone, you must be careful in the future. Don't let such a bastard take advantage of you. Be careful. Once you're controlled and become a 10,000 saints' true spirit, it's like being controlled to kill the person you love the most. Even though you know it's painful, you still can't help but do it. That's the most tragic and cruel thing in the world. Xiedan Cheong said earnestly. Xue Leihan nodded and reminded, yes, everyone. According to what I know, there's definitely more than one base of the 10,000 saints' true spirit. Since there's one here, and on such a large scale, there must be others. Back then, when we exterminated the 10,000 saints' true devil, we destroyed a lot of bases like this before we could confirm that it was completely wiped out. Chapter 26-21. Everyone, you must be more careful when you travel the world in the future. Pay attention to the movements in this area. This is an important matter that concerns the future of the imperial court. You must not let your guard down. Xue Leihan said seriously, yes, I've heard of this before too. A guy at the side pretended to be knowledgeable and said, the two celestial emperors, His Majesty East Sovereign and Her Majesty Chonghua, are right. I've heard of it too. Although the owner of the 10,000 saints' celestial spirit is evil, there's another secret that no one knows. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. Everyone asked in unison, what secret? How is it that evil people will be dealt with by evil people? This person shook his head proudly. It said that there's a prerequisite for using the 10,000 saints' celestial spirit. After finding the 10,000 saints' celestial spirit, the wife of the person behind the scenes has to sleep with him for a night. Only then can the process of activating the 10,000 saints' celestial spirit be activated. After so many years, just the height of the cuckoldry. To say that it can hold up the sky is an understatement. It's really impressive. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the sentence came out, Cloud Master's face changed color instantly. He stared at this guy who was spouting nonsense. In his heart, he had already sentenced this guy to death. No, he must make him beg for death and suffer in agony forever. Xue Leihan was also displeased. Damn it, Although you don't know, Cloud Master's wife is my biological sister. Although I've long refused to admit that I have such a sister, I can't let you humiliate her like this. This way of saying it is too perverted. How can you be a bitch? You've gone too far. The owner of the 10,000 saints, celestial spirit, certainly deserves to die. But what does it have to do with his wife? Shuelehan said with a dark face. Such groundless accusations, and even tarnishing the reputation of an unrelated person, is a great sin. That person's face instantly turned pale. He bowed repeatedly. Yes, yes, Your Majesty East Sovereign is right. I was too quick with my words. Mine is not, mine is not. The saint looked at him again and forced a smile. What's your name? That person's face turned pale. He replied with a trembling voice. I'm called Fatty Nyo. Big Fatty Nyo? Not bad. He's at the peak of the diviner realm. He was only one step away from the sage realm. Your future is promising. The sage said indifferently, Do you want to work in the Holy Emperor Palace? That person would never have thought that he had casually created such a rumor, and had actually obtained the recognition and favor of the sage. Perhaps it was because of his undisguised hatred for evil? Immediately he was overjoyed. Many thanks for your Majesty's support. This subordinate will definitely be at your beck and call. I will do my best and be loyal to you until my death. The sage nodded. Amen, it's rare for you to have such intentions. Then you should report to the Holy Emperor Palace when you go out later. The Holy Emperor Palace is short of manpower right now. Let's go there. That person was overjoyed and said, Yes, yes. Thank you, Sir Sage, for your guidance. This lowly one will rush there immediately and will not dare to delay for even a moment. Many people around him looked at him enviously. This guy is really lucky. Just because of a slip of the tongue, he actually entered the headquarters of Holy Emperor Palace. It seems that I will have to curry favor with him in the future. After tearing it down, there was an endless stream of congratulations. This big fatty Nyo's face lit up with joy, and he returned the greeting repeatedly. In his expression, he could not help but have a kind of superior air. Xie Danqiong, Demon Empress Shuelehan, and the others looked at this big fatty Nyo, speechless. Others might not know, but how could they not know? Since this big fatty Nyo said that he was a cuckold, he was destined to have a difficult ending. With the power of the sage, even if the Eastern Emperor wanted to protect him, it was already destined to be impossible to deal with such a person. The reason why he let him enter the headquarters of Holy Emperor Palace was only to make it more convenient to deal with him. Now, they could already foresee this guy's miserable ending. To think that he was still complacent here, he really didn't know death. But the three of them did not say anything. Such a person who had a slip of the tongue and casually slandered the reputation of others. His death was really not to be regretted, no matter who he slandered, even if it was an enemy or an evil person. This person's character was not to be complimented. Such a person would be useless to the world if he died early and was reincarnated early. Your Majesty Eastern Emperor, I rushed in on impulse just now, thinking of making a small fortune or something, but there was nothing. I was really disappointed. Before I went in, I even took 2 space rings from you, thinking that this place was so big that 2 space rings could be filled no matter what. In the end, I still came back empty-handed. Now, it seems that I was really too greedy. Here, I'll return the rings to you. Xie Danqiong took out 2 space rings and handed them over. Seeing this, the sage gritted his teeth and finally could not help but say coldly, Xie Danqiong, is there really nothing in your space rings? Not necessarily. This bastard actually dared to share the loot so brazenly in front of him. Did he think that the sage did not know that the 2 of you were in cahoots? Xie Danqiong's action undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, making the sage, who was already depressed to the point of death, even more depressed. Of course, Cloud Lord was clear about what was in his base and how much there was. He believed that no one would be clearer than the sage about everything inside. The materials and resources inside could definitely be described as enormous, and Xie Danqiong had clearly already plundered everything inside. And now he handed over these 2 space rings to the Eastern Emperor. It was clear that he was going to split the loot in half, so the space inside was definitely full. His hands were empty. Empty. Go and fool a child. Thinking of this, the sage's heart was bleeding again. Under his unwillingness, he finally asked the question just now. Xie Danqiong smiled and said, "Your Majesty, sage, although you're the only sage and the number 1 person in the heavenly court, I'm still a celestial emperor. You called my name so bluntly just now. It's a bit disrespectful. I don't want to answer this question of yours." Pestering endlessly. Now, Xie Danqiong had this idea, but the reason was impeccable. No matter what, I'm still the Jasper Flower Emperor of Moyenshin. Even if I haven't been in this position for long, my position has already been established. Even if you're the sage, you're not my superior. You should at least show some basic courtesy when talking to me. At the very least, you should respectfully address me as Your Majesty Jasper Flower Emperor, right? The sage nodded slowly. Your Majesty Jasper Flower Emperor is indeed proud and unyielding, a heroic young man. Well said, well said. Xie Danqiong raised his head and laughed. Reporting to Your Majesty Sage, I borrowed these 2 space rings from the Eastern Emperor. There's nothing inside. Your Majesty Eastern Emperor and Demon Empress can testify for me. The Eastern Emperor took the space ring, glanced at it, and said, "There's really nothing inside." The Demon Empress looked over and glanced at it in passing. She said, "There's really nothing inside. The design of this space ring is quite unique. I like it very much. This belongs to me." Seeing how the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress spoke so confidently and seriously, everyone couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this base was indeed an empty shell? But being able to exterminate the 10,000 saints' true spirits here was already a great gain. Without more spoils of war, it would only be a little less icing on the cake. Besides, even if there was, it wouldn't be their turn. The sage's chest rose and fell violently. A mouthful of blood that he had been holding back for a long time finally surged up to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back. Great. Acting right in front of me like this. Teasing me right in front of my face like this. You're sure that I can't flare up right in front of you, but I can't. When you, Shuelehan, checked it, you intentionally opened it. Other people's cultivation levels are low, and because of the angle, of course, they couldn't see what was inside. But I saw it clearly. Inside were all rare heavenly treasures and mystical minerals. I can name every single one of them. Many of them were placed here by me personally back then. The 3 of us saw with our own eyes that there were things inside, but you, Shuelehan, and the Demon Empress actually looked at the space full of space rings and directly said that they were empty. And that Demon Empress, Shuelehan, and Xie Danqiong were in cahoots to split the spoils right in front of their faces. You also went up to join in the fun and brazenly took a share, and then testified that there was really nothing inside. Can you be any more shameless? Can you be any more disgusting to me? That's all mine. Mine. Do you have any sense of shame, do you? The sage naturally kept these words in his heart and didn't say a single word. However, he already felt that he couldn't stay here any longer. If he were to stay here any longer, he would truly be angered to the point of vomiting blood and dying today. Xie Danqiong rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, Your Majesty Saint Monarch is not asking this because you want a share of the loot, right? Ha. Speaking of which, your contribution today is indeed the greatest. You, who wields the mountain and river sword, are truly worthy of being called the number 1 person in Heaven Imperial Court. Unlike the others who can only play on the sidelines, your great achievement of using the mountain and river sword to destroy the 10,000 saints' true spirits today will definitely be passed down through the ages, passed down through the generations, and left your name in history." He paused and said embarrassedly, You said that you spent so much effort and didn't gain anything. It's indeed not appropriate, but I really didn't gain anything. Why don't you wait for a while? When I return to Dark Cloud Sky, I'll immediately send people to collect and send a batch of heavenly treasures to His Majesty the Sage Monarch. Inside, there will definitely be the heart of the stars and various elixirs, such as the resurrection grass, he solemnly guaranteed. I'll do what I say. As a celestial emperor, I still have this bit of eloquence and this bit of credibility. You won't dislike it, right? The sage glared at Xie Danqiong fiercely and said coldly, "Let's go." These things that Xie Danqiong mentioned were all top-notch heavenly treasures with names and surnames. This was equivalent to stabbing another knife into the sage's wound and sprinkling a handful of salt on it. Chapter 26-22. The sage couldn't stay here any longer. He was worried that he would collapse and explode at any moment. His body flashed as he flew up and said in the sky, "Your Excellency, Archer God, I have another important matter to discuss with you alone." Then the saint disappeared. The us he was talking about included the elf Archer God. The Archer God walked to Xue Leihan and the Demon Empress and said in a low voice, "Don't you have any intention of talking to me?" The Demon Empress said lightly, "You're not stupid. Everything depends on your judgment. Archer God, I admit that your cultivation is on par with ours, but this is not a reason for us to give you special treatment. If you want us to explain anything to you, you are not qualified to do so." The Archer God couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now that things had come to this, he could vaguely feel that he had done something wrong. However, the road ahead was still unclear. He couldn't find the right direction for now. The doubts in his heart were still there. However, the hatred in his heart was strangely not as sharp as before, and there was no room for him to turn it around. In that case, take care. The Archer God flew up. At this moment, he received a telepathic message from Xue Leihan. If you really want to talk to the Saint Emperor alone, it's better to call a few of your brothers as witnesses. This is good for everyone. The Archer God couldn't help but pause in midair. He turned around in surprise and looked at Xue Leihan. Then, with a swoosh, he disappeared without a trace. He understood what Xue Leihan meant, but he couldn't believe it. The Saint Emperor, the #1 person in the imperial court, was actually such a person. If he was really so despicable and shameless, how could he have been the Saint Emperor for so long? Especially today, he had eliminated the biggest hidden danger in the imperial court, the 10,000 saints' spiritual body. The Saint Emperor didn't seem like a bad person, but neither did the East Sovereign. But the Saint Emperor said that the East Sovereign was a bad person, and the East Sovereign also said that the Saint Emperor was the bad person. Then, who was the real bad person? A great traitor was loyal. Was this the kind of person they were talking about? Could it be that meeting the Saint Emperor alone this time would really be dangerous? Was this possible? Was this impossible? After the Archer God left, he pondered over this question. He thought for a long time. In the end, he decided that he was not the only one who could decide the fate of the elven race. The other brothers also needed to be witnesses. He needed to make a judgment. They needed to make corresponding decisions. Therefore, he decided to bring his brothers along to meet the sage. He wanted to gather all the higher-ups of the elf race to meet with the sage. Wouldn't this be more respectful? In this world, only the 4 elven gods were known as the 4 strongest experts of the elven race. However, no one knew that the strongest expert of the elf clan was actually the elf clan. In fact, there were 5 of them. There was another god, the dark elf god. However, this god of darkness was always hidden in the dark. Therefore, those who knew of his existence also knew that there were 5 strongest powerhouses in the elf clan, and they were the 5 elven gods. As for those who didn't know, they only knew of the 4 elven gods. In fact, those who knew about the 4 elven gods were already experts who had reached a certain level in the world. You've gained quite a bit today, haven't you? Xue Leihan looked at Xie Danqiong. It's all right. Xie Danqiong smiled. When these things are handed over to Big Brother, they will naturally become more valuable. The demon empress asked curiously, Xie Danqiang, will all the things that you and your brothers have gained be handed over to Chu Yang? Have you ever thought of studying them yourself? Xie Danqiang said frankly, of course we have thought about it and studied it, but we didn't get any results. We don't seem to have the talent. Fortunately, Big Brother is also exploring. When he has formed a fixed theory or experience, he will teach it to us. Our future will definitely be separated. Big Brother also hopes that no matter where we are, no matter what skills we will have the power to protect ourselves, but it's still not possible now. It's still far from the time when we can calm down and study these things without any distractions. Therefore, these directions can only be pushed back. Of course, there's another reason. If we hand these things over to Boss, we can immediately use them to their fullest potential. However, if we're left to fumble about on our own, we'll have to bear too many consequences of failure. And these consequences are the destruction of these treasures. The losses outweigh the gains. Xie Danqiang said lightly, the great heavenly devil war is imminent. We can't afford to lose anymore. The demon empress couldn't help but sigh enviously. Having such brothers by our side really makes one envious. Xie Danqiang smiled proudly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a furious scolding. Xie Danqiang, you little bastard! How dare you! The three of them turned their heads and looked over, only to see Zi Xieching rushing over like a whirlwind with a furious face. Xie Danqiang screamed when he saw the situation. His face was full of horror, and he turned to escape. What Xie Danqiang was most afraid of now was Zi Xieching. There was no one else. However, just at the moment when he was about to move, both sides of his waist actually went numb at the same time, and he couldn't move at all. Xie Danqiang turned his head in disbelief, looked at Dong Huang and the demon empress beside him, and said with extreme grief and indignation, You guys, just now it was actually Dong Huang and the demon empress who took action at the same time to restrain this heavenly emperor in cloud. As for the purpose, it was very simple and pure. It was obviously to let him accept Zi Xieching's punishment. Xie Danqiang obviously didn't expect such a thing to happen even in his dreams. However, looking around the heavenly imperial court, the only person who was worthy of Dong Huang and the demon empress attacking at the same time was at most Cloud Lord. Should the Jade Flower Emperor, Xie Danqiang, feel very proud? Why? Xie Danqiang asked in grief and indignation. He really couldn't think of why these two people would do this. Why would they treat him like this? He had just helped Xue Leihan, and even gave each of them a space ring full of good stuff. How could they turn their backs on him? This was too unreasonable. You took my things, accepted my gift, and in the blink of an eye, sold me out. What kind of explanation was this? They were still talking happily just now, and in the blink of an eye, they turned their backs on him mercilessly. Not to mention that you are Dong Huang, who has such a high status. Even if you are the most shameless hooligan, you would also have to take a break, right? Xue Leihan put his hands behind his back and said, Xie Danqiang, don't blame us. We are helping your sister-in-law now. As your sister-in-law's brother. Even if you don't thank us, you shouldn't blame us, right? Don't blame you? I still have to thank you. Xie Danqiang looked sadly at this extremely shameless Emperor Dong Huang. At this moment, he almost burst into tears. Now that you have caught me, I have to wait to be beaten up. Yet, I still have to thank you? How could there be such a thing in the world? Damn you, Dong Huang, can you be any more shameless? Energy with energy. Even if you are young, you don't have to be so indignant. The demon empress smiled. I also told you clearly that no matter who little Z wants to beat up, we will catch them. Even if Dong Huang doesn't help, I will help. She can beat them up however she wants. On this point, she has no principles and no bottom line. Xie Danqiang was dumbfounded and speechless. He was dumbfounded. Why was this so? However, he didn't have more time to think. Zi Xieching was already in front of him in a hurry. Before he could say anything, he saw Dong Huang and the Demon Empress lifting Xie Danqiong up at the same time. With an infinitely benevolent smile, they said, "Little Z, you just want to beat this guy up to vent your anger, right? Here, I'll catch him for you. You can beat him up however you want, in whatever way you want to vent your anger." At this moment, Zi Xieching was stunned. After a while, she finally smiled with a red face and bowed. "Uncle Shui, demonic concubine, how are you?" "Good, we're good." Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress smiled with gratification. It seemed that no matter what they did, no matter what they paid, they were already satisfied to hear the words Uncle Shui, demonic concubine. They were even a little overwhelmed by the favor. It was just a simple greeting. Was there a need to go so far? "Then I'll take this guy back." Zi Xieching looked at Demon Xin, and Shui Leihan with some admiration. Go, good girl. Haha. Do whatever you want, it's okay." The Demon Empress and Dong Huang hurriedly replied at the same time, "It's okay. We can break his arms or legs. As long as we don't beat him to death, we can do whatever we want. We can do it until we're happy and satisfied. It's no big deal even if we really cripple him." Xie Danqiong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. What kind of saying is this? What exactly is going on? Why can't I understand? Zi Xieching smiled and then turned to give orders. "Men, tie this guy up and bring him back. If he dares to do anything, break his legs. If he dares to struggle, break his arms too." Zi Xieching gave the order with a murderous look. Xie Danqiong closed his eyes sadly. "Sister-in-law, please spare my life. Spare your head." Zi Xieching said angrily, "I'll go back and pack up first." When Chu Yang and Mo Tianji arrive, Xie Danqiong, "A good day that you'll never forget is coming. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your life. I'm only interested in beating you up. As for whether Chu Yang and Mo Tianji are interested in your body or your life, it's hard to say." Xie Danqiong looked up at the sky and sighed sorrowfully. He looked at Zi Xieching with pleading eyes, trying to gain the sympathy of the people in front of him, but it seemed that no one cared about him. The tribulation soul transformed into a gust of wind, and it wrapped Xie Danqiong up before it left swiftly. Zi Xieching bowed and bade farewell to the Demon Empress. Then she jumped up and rushed back to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Looking at Zi Xieching's departure, the Demon Empress heaved a sigh of relief. "This child is so good. I just realized that her brows are so similar to my sister Piaoping back then. It's as if they were cast from the same mold." Chapter 26-23. Shui Leihan frowned and said, "You're wrong. Look at this child's eyes, expression, eyebrows, and nose bridge. They're all exactly the same as Zi Hao's. Especially her temperament. They can't be any more alike. Zi Hao should be comforted to have such a daughter." Shui Leihan was comforted and smiled. "So you're saying this girl is just like Zi Hao? She doesn't look like Ling Piaoping at all?" The Demon Empress' gaze became dangerous. Shui Leihan kept his mouth shut and thought to himself, "This is something that everyone can see, and you're still arguing. Besides, what's the use of arguing about this now? Justice is in people's hearts. How can you argue about right and wrong? Explain yourself." The Demon Empress' gaze became even more dangerous. Shui Leihan was helpless. "She does look more like Ling Piaoping. Is that enough? Sigh, so justice is not in people's hearts, but strength. Look at your attitude. You're obviously unwilling. Male chauvinism." The Demon Empress was furious. "If my daughter looks like Zi Hao, how can she get married? With your brother's looks, it's already a blessing that he can find a wife. How can my little Zi look like Zi Hao? What's with that gaze of yours?" Shui Leihan said helplessly, "What did you say? I can accept it if you say that about me, but you can't say that about my brother. What's wrong with his looks? Zi Hao is also quite a strong and handsome man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He can't be considered ugly." The Demon Empress left in a huff. Shuelehan, you're really unreasonable. Justice is in people's hearts. How can you argue about right and wrong? What kind of world is this? Why did she say my lines out loud? Emperor Donghuang stood there for a long time and finally muttered gloomily, "Who's the unreasonable one?" They actually quarreled over this kind of thing. He shook his head helplessly and hurried back. Not to mention how Zi Xieching would punish Xie Danqiong when she returned. Let's talk about Chu Yang's side. He rushed towards the southern heaven forest, like a meteor chasing the moon. Just when they were about 2,000 miles away from their destination, they heard an explosion without warning. They could only see a mushroom cloud of smoke rising in the distance. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone sighed helplessly when they saw it. This should be the final strike. Is it too late? Ji Mo's eyes were deep and filled with nervousness and apprehension. The battle is definitely over. I just don't know how it ended. Luo Kadi also let out a long sigh. His eyes became uneasy. Everyone was worried. Was Xie Danqiong dead or alive? After this battle, was everything all right? No one could blame Xie Danqiong for not having confidence in him. After all, the elven archer's prowess was too outstanding. He had never been defeated in the past. Xie Danqiong's cultivation had advanced a lot, but everyone still didn't have much confidence in him in this battle. Only Mo Tianji was carefully listening to the movements. Chu Yang was also paying attention to the slightest change. After a while, finally, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. He revealed a reassuring smile. This battle is over. Danqiong is fine. Although I don't know the final result, at the very least there were no casualties. The elven archer and Xie Danqiong are both fine. This point can be confirmed. Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Why? GMO and Luo Kadi were puzzled. Two fools. Tai Butian smiled. If something really happened to Xie Danqiong, Big Sister Zi would have already gone crazy. How could she still hold it in? It's so quiet. Since we didn't hear Big Sister Zi's crazy voice and there weren't any subsequent outbursts of murderous aura, Xie Danqiong must be fine. Maybe Danqiong won this battle. That would be even more joyous. GMO and Luo Kadi suddenly understood. Even if we don't take sister-in-law Zi into account, if something happened to Xie Danqiong in place of Donghuang, Donghuang and the Demon Empress would have already gone crazy. Even if the Archer God died, the Archer God's elven clan would have already gone crazy. Mo Tianji looked at the two of them as if he was looking at a fool. The situation is so calm now. How can the two of you be so scared? I really don't know what's in your heads. Tofu pudding? GMO and Luo Kadi's faces turned red. They flew into a rage out of humiliation. So what if our heads are filled with tofu pudding? So what if we're tofu pudding? Didn't you just make an extra move? Do you believe that we'll join forces to beat you up? Seeing that the two of them were really about to go crazy, Mo Tianji also shrank his neck and stopped talking. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Chu Yang, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. At this moment, a figure was rapidly approaching from afar like a shooting star. Moreover, they seemed to be fleeing in a sorry state, as if they were in a panic and did not know where to go. But this person's cultivation was definitely at the peak of the heavenly imperial court. Who was this person? Chu Lu-er and Mo Qing Wu had sharp eyes. They exclaimed at the same time, "Why does it look like Cloud Master?" It can't be. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were startled when they heard this. They looked over at the same time. At this moment, that figure was already less than 10,000 feet away from them. The next moment he would meet them. The person was indeed Cloud Master. But at this moment, his white robes were actually full of traces of mud. He also seemed to be a little distracted. There was a hint of anger and disappointment. Cloud Master's usual composure and elegance were nowhere to be seen. What was going on? Mo Tianji's heart skipped a beat. He immediately transmitted his voice to everyone. This person is most likely Cloud Master's clone. He must have encountered something big. At the same time, Chu Yang also said something similar. He transmitted his voice to everyone. This person is Cloud Master's clone. Although he's distracted, his strength is still intact. Everyone be careful. Mo Tenji said, most likely, with a hint of uncertainty. Yet, he gave a follow-up analysis. This was the quality of a think tank. Chu Yang, on the other hand, directly said with certainty, this must be Master Cloud's clone. He also analyzed Chu Yang's strength. This proved that the current Chu Yang was improving rapidly every day. At this moment, Cloud Master's clone also noticed them. An extremely fierce look flashed across his eyes. But then he wanted to turn around and leave. Obviously, he didn't want to get into a conflict with them. This was very unexpected. This was because he seemed to be the one with the upper hand in terms of strength, right? Jimo's eyes turned and he flew forward. Hey, excuse me, brother. I'd like to ask for directions. I don't know. I don't know you. Cloud Master's clone was full of impatience. As he spoke, he turned around and was about to leave. But this guy's reaction to Jimo's words proved one thing. This guy in front of them didn't know Chu Yang and the others. If this was the Saint Lord's true form, there was no way he wouldn't know Chu Yang and the others. In other words, this was another clone with a physical body and soul. It was just that they didn't know why such a secret clone would come here like a stray dog. Luo Kadi howled and rushed forward. Little, we're asking you nicely for directions. It's fine if you don't help, but you're ignoring us? We're all people of the pugilistic world. We're one family. The pugilistic world is an umbrella that shields us from the wind and rain. It's fine if you're so unreasonable, but why are you so rude? Howl! Luo Kadi's wife, the sacrificial maiden, immediately howled. She said loudly, that's right. Little, hurry up and answer my master's question. Why are you so rude? Gmo touched his chin. Didn't your elders tell you to be polite to others? If you walk the pugilistic world like this, you'll be defeated sooner or later. If your family's elders didn't tell you this famous saying, then let us brothers tell you properly today. Chu Yang and Mo Tenji were instantly dumbfounded. Then they almost burst out laughing. There was really nothing that these two couldn't make a joke out of. At such a time, they could still say such unreasonable words. Even Mo Tenji was a little impressed. Do you want to die? The Saint Lord's clone glared at them with a fierce gaze. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. The East Emperor Demon Empress, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin, the fairy archer god, and the heroes from all directions were surrounding them. Just a little bit more, and they would be trapped. He had just luckily escaped from a situation where he was sure to die. Furthermore, he had to dig a hole to escape. This grievance and fear almost made him explode. Now he had finally escaped with much difficulty and retreated in one piece. His mind was still unsettled, and he was still worried that someone would chase after him, because he knew his own situation, or perhaps his cultivation was not much weaker than any of the Tian K peak stage experts. But he was definitely not their match, especially someone like the East Emperor Demon Empress, because he was just a clone in the end. Even if their strength was similar, even if their souls were strong, he would never have the foundation that they had. That kind of luck. And these things were something that a clone could never truly obtain. Therefore, he could only escape. But at this time, he met such a group of people again. At such a time, they actually asked him for directions. He was really going to faint. Was this a joke? Or were they just messing with him? Friend, you're wrong to say that. Very wrong. Chu Yang frowned and stood up. Our original intention was to ask you for directions. If you know, just say that you know. If you don't know, just say that you don't know. As for life and death, my brothers might be a little rude, but their intentions are good. Originally, I wanted to reprimand them. How can they treat strangers like this? Even if they have good intentions, they can't be like this. But, friend, aren't you a little too angry? I want to argue with you about this. How can we not talk about reason when we're in the martial world? How can we not be stabbed when we're in the martial world without reason? Mo Tianji clasped his hands behind his back and secretly raised his thumb. Boss's words were too good. This was clearly the rhythm of tricking people to death.